secondary school increased by 400,000 students, equivalent to a 35% increase in enrollment. We celebrate all these successes. Achieving the transformational changes urgently needed in our education system will require far greater funding. Sub-Saharan African countries currently spend about $280 purchasing power parity for every primary school student, compared to $1,500 in purchasing power parity terms in middle-income countries and about $8,400 in high-income countries. These large differences show that no country in sub-Saharan Africa is likely to effectively address the growing demand for education without significantly increasing their investments in human capital. However, more financing will not solve the problem at hand unless enhanced civilly, given that teacher salaries are normally the biggest component of education spending. Reforms that make teachers more effective are key to improving the overall efficiency of the sector. Systems need to reward teachers that improve and sustain better teaching practices. The education sector also needs to tackle low teacher motivation and high rates of absenteeism. Having more than 15% of teachers absent from school or not teaching is unacceptable. Beyond this, Ministry of Education need to build their capacity to deploy teachers equitably, ensure they have the teaching and learning material they need to do their jobs effectively, and provide the support they need to improve their teaching skills. Tackling these challenges successfully will improve sector efficiency and are just as critical as mobilizing more funding if national and continental goals for education are to be met. As a development partner, we at the World Bank stand with you at this time of human capital crisis. In addition to the Africa Human Capital Plan that we launched in 2019, we have prepared a new strategy for education in Western and Central Africa and an operational business plan for the Eastern and Southern African countries. We have also increased our financing for human capital. And our commitment to education spans several sectors, including interventions in health, social protection, water and sanitation, transportation, and other sectors that contribute to improving access and quality of schooling for all. Nevertheless, it is your national strategies, your ideas and financing that are the foundation of future progress. It is essential that we formulate a clear and actionable plan that explicitly outlines what it will take to achieve the goals. To make progress, we must break the silos and foster collaboration amongst all stakeholders. We need to develop a platform for action that transcends sectoral boundaries and unites government agencies, domestic partners, and external allies, including the pivotal private sector. That is why events like this one provide a critical opportunity for cooperation and collaboration. Over the last 2 days, we had so many creative ideas and inspirational examples of what can be done to accelerate progress on building human capital. We need to capitalize on the wealth of local ideas and solutions to address the challenges in Africa. We at the World Bank would like to convene a team of education experts from the continent and policymakers to find how to build on the successes that I've mentioned, to take them to scale, and to propose new ideas and solutions. We would work with regional bodies, individual governments, and our development partners to strengthen and sustain this team and provide global knowledge from other regions to plan and deliver tangible solutions at scale, accelerating progress in human capital development. We will also review our human capital plan to reflect the Dar es Salaam Declaration. With political will and leadership and commitment from all of you, the highest level, we can together achieve our vision. with our collective leadership to make human capital the cornerstone of our country's development strategies. I'm confident that we will build strong coalitions and allocate the needed resources to ensure a bright future for Africa, a future where all girls and boys reach their full potential, grow up well-nourished and ready to learn, attain real learning in the classroom, and enter the job market as healthy, skilled, and productive adults. I want to close with a phrase that one of the panelists just said yesterday. Yes, Africa can. There is no more time to waste. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kwakwa, for your inspirational words and for the work that you and your team, together with the government of Tanzania, have put to make the summit a great success. Your Excellency, I would now like to invite to the podium Honorable Dr. Stegomena Tax, Minister of Foreign Affairs and East Africa Cooperation of the United Republic of Tanzania, for her introductory remarks. Can we put our hands together as she comes to the podium?
Your Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government and representatives, Dr. Victoria Kwaka, World Bank Regional Vice President for the Eastern and Southern Africa, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Heads of international organizations and representatives, Excellencies, Heads of diplomatic missions, partners from the private sector, distinguished delegates, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege to stand before Your Excellencies to deliver introductory remarks on this special and a momentous occasion of the 2023 Africa Heads of States Human Capital Summit with a theme, Accelerating Africa's Economic Growth, Boosting Youth Productivity by Improving Learning and Skills. That is taking place here in Dar es Salaam, the Hub of Peace. Your Excellencies, we gather here in recognition of the pivotal role that human capital plays in shaping the present and future of our African societies and economies, and the global community at large. Human capital is defined as the knowledge, skills, abilities, and the health of individuals, and is the wealth of any nation. It is the driving force behind innovation, productivity, and the sustainable development. Investing in people is not only a moral imperative, but also an economic necessity. May I therefore take this opportunity to thank Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for her visionary decision to host this summit, and the World Bank for affording the United Republic of Tanzania an opportunity to host it. On this note, may I, on behalf of the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, welcome Your Excellencies and all distinguished delegates to Tanzania, and in particular to this very important summit. Your Excellencies, the journey to the African Human Capital Summit started in April 2023, when the United Republic of Tanzania accepted to host the summit. Preparations were then launched by Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, on the 19th of May 2023 in this same venue, during which stakeholders were invited to join the government of Tanzania in preparing for the summit. We are grateful that the invitation sent by Her Excellency the President of the United Republic of Tanzania to African heads of state and the government, international partners, and other stakeholders have been honored graciously. The summit is being attended physically by more than 1,000 participants, representing 44 governments and other partners, and the virtual attendance through various platforms has also enabled extended participation of about 1,300 participants, making a total of 2,300 participants attending this summit. The United Republic of Tanzania values your attendance and the participation, Your Excellencies, and they thank the World Bank for partnering with the United Republic of Tanzania to host this important summit in Tanzania. This positive response is a testimony of the seriousness attached to human capital development and the role it plays in boosting socio-economic growth of our continent. The summit comes at a time when the continent continues to implement Agenda 2063, aiming at transforming Africa into a global powerhouse. To achieve this aspiration, human capital development is a critical component, requiring massive and coordinated efforts by African countries and other partners. This summit is therefore a significant step towards achieving Agenda 2063 and also our pursuit to accelerate the realization of sustainable development goals. The summit provides a platform for sharing knowledge, experiences, and come up with innovative strategies to unleash the power of human capital and the concrete commitments. With the intensive preparations and commitment, as my sister, Madam Victoria, said, the political commitment that we have witnessed, we are set for a very successful summit. With these introductory remarks, it is with great humility that I beg to invite Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, to address the summit. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Asante, naomba tukae. May I request the delegates to use their translation tools, because I'm going to talk on my national language. Waheshimiwa wakuu wa nchi na wakilishi wa wakuu wa nchi, Waheshimiwa makamu wa rais mliopo, Mheshimiwa Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, Rais wa Zanzibar na mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Mapinduzi, Waheshimiwa mawaziri wakuu mliopo, wakuu wa misafara, Waheshimiwa mawaziri, makamu wa rais wa Benki ya Dunia, Dr. Victoria Kwakwa, ambaye ni makamu wa rais wa Eastern and Southern Africa. Pia natambua uwepo wa Dr. Mamta Mufti, Vice President for Human Capital Development in the World Bank, na ujumbe wote wa Benki ya Dunia mlioko hapa, waheshimiwa mabalozi na wawakilishi wa mashirika ya kimataifa, wawakilishi wa sekta binafsi, pamoja na wataalamu mliopo, wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, habari za asubuhi. Ni furaha kubwa kuwakaribisha nyote nchini Tanzania lakini kuwakaribisha katika ukumbi huu wa mkutano. Ninamshukuru sana Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutujalia fursa hii adhimu ya kukutana hapa ili tuweze kujadiliana na kufikia maazimio kuhusu mada hii muhimu na nyeti kwa maendeleo na mustakabali wa bara letu la Afrika, maendeleo ya rasilimali watu. Tulipokea kwa heshima na fahari kubwa fursa ya kuwa mwenyeji wa mkutano huu muhimu na adhimu, na kwa kipekee kabisa nitambue na kupongeza kazi kubwa iliyofanywa na serikali kupitia wizara zetu za fedha na wizara ya mambo ya nje pamoja na Benki ya Dunia, na vile vile nitambue mchango mkubwa uliotolewa nikisha mkutano huu. Hakika mmeutendea haki mkutano huu kwa maandalizi mazuri sana. Natambua tuna wageni wengi waliosafiri masafa marefu kujiunga nasi leo, na nitumie fursa hii kuwapa pole kwa machovu ya safari na kuwakaribisha Tanzania. Natumai imepokelewa vyema na mmekirimiwa kwa mila na desturi zetu za Kitanzania. Karibuni sana. Vile vile nitumie fursa hii kuwashukuru waheshimiwa viongozi na washiriki wote kwa kukubali mwaliko wangu na kuungana nasi katika mkutano huu wa uchumi Afrika, kuongeza uzalishaji wa vijana kupitia mafunzo na ujuzi, yani accelerating Africa's economic growth, boosting youth productivity by improving learning and skills. Waheshimiwa viongozi, tunakutana leo kujadili ajenda ambayo ndio moyo wa mataifa yetu: uwekezaji katika rasilimali watu, hususan vijana. Mkutano wetu huu wa leo utaamua ni aina ipi ya uwekezaji unahitajika ili kuleta tija na kuchochea maendeleo ya bara la Afrika. Hakuna muda mwingine sahihi wa kujadili haya zaidi ya huu tulionao. Kwa kipindi cha zaidi ya muongo mmoja sasa, bara la Afrika limepitia ukuaji na uimarikaji mkubwa wa uchumi au chumi zake katika sekta tofauti. Hali hii ya ukuaji wa uchumi ilifanya bara kuja na misamiati kadhaa, ikiwemo Africa is rising, lakini pia it's African century. Misamiati hii ilitokana na vuguvugu la harakati mbalimbali zilizokuwa zikifanyika ili kulikwamua bara letu la Afrika kutoka kwenye utegemezi wa kiuchumi. Kulifanyika jitihada za maksudi kuhakikisha bara hili linajenga uchumi zake kwa kutumia rasilimali zake ili kuweza kujiletea maendeleo. Kwa baadhi ya nchi na kanda, maendeleo haya yalionekana, ila kwa baadhi ya nchi maendeleo hayakuonekana au yalionekana kwa kiasi kidogo. Ni jambo la kusikitisha kuwa kwa baadhi ya nchi ukuaji huu wa uchumi haujachangia katika kuhakikisha wanajenga uchumi jumuishi wala kuchochea uzalishaji wa ajira mpya, hususan kwa vijana. Aidha, mbali na ukuaji huu wa uchumi, bado bara la Afrika limeendelea kukabiliwa na changamoto mbalimbali kama vile uhaba wa chakula, viwango vikubwa vya ukosefu wa ajira, umasikini uliokithiri na ukosefu wa usawa kwenye jamii. Ni wazi kuwa bara letu bado linahitaji mageuzi makubwa katika nyanja zote muhimu za uzalishaji na maendeleo. Na haya ndiyo malengo na madhumuni ya ajenda ya maendeleo ya Afrika tunayoitaka ya mwaka 2063, ambayo imeweka malengo 7, na hapa najielekeza kuyazungumzia malengo 4, ambayo moja ni Afrika ambayo mafanikio yake yanajikita kwenye ukuaji jumuishi wa uchumi na maendeleo endelevu. 2, Afrika yenye utengamano kisiasa kwa kuzingatia fikra za kimajumui na mwelekeo wa kimapinduzi. 3, Afrika inayozingatia misingi ya utawala bora, demokrasia, haki za binadamu na utawala wa sheria. Na 4, Afrika ambayo maendeleo yake yanatokana na watu kwa kutumia vipaji vyao, hususan wanawake, vijana, pamoja na kutoa makuzi bora kwa watoto. Na hili ndilo lililotuweka leo hapa. Waheshimiwa viongozi, nimeona niataje malengo haya manne ili kuona uzito na dhima ya majukumu yaliyoko mbele yetu na kutafakari ni aina gani ya uongozi na sera zinazohitajika kuhakikisha tunafikia na kutimiza kwa ukamilifu malengo haya. Ni muhimu sisi kama viongozi tuhakikishe kwamba tunaangalia, tunatathmini na kusimamia mageuzi yote muhimu ili kuliwezesha bara hili litumie uwezo na rasilimali zake kujikomboa kiuchumi. Kama nilivyosema awali, mkutano huu unafanyika kwa wakati muafaka, hasa ikizingatiwa kwamba kwa sasa Afrika ndilo bara lenye vijana wengi zaidi. Takwimu zinaonyesha kuwa ifikapo mwaka 2050 Afrika itatoa nchi 10 zenye idadi kubwa zaidi ya vijana duniani. Kwa mujibu wa World Economic Forum, zaidi ya 60% ya watu wa barani Afrika ni vijana walio chini ya miaka 25. Aidha, inakadiriwa kuwa ifikapo mwaka 2030 Afrika itakuwa na 42% ya vijana wote duniani, na umri wa wastani wa nchi za Afrika ni chini ya miaka 20. Hii inatuonesha kwamba kuna mambo mengi ya kimaendeleo, hususan kwenye mambo ya afya, ili tuweze pia kukuza wastani wa umri wa Afrika. Hii inamaanisha kuwa bara letu ni bara lenye watoto na vijana wengi. Kwa tafsiri ya kidemografia, habari hii ni nzuri na vile vile ni mbaya kwetu. Hali hii inaweza kuwa nzuri na yenye tija iwapo tutawekeza kwenye rasilimali watu kwa kuhakikisha uwepo wa afya bora, elimu bora yenye stadi za maisha ili kujenga nguvu kazi yenye tija kama ilivyo kwa wenzetu wa bara la Asia. Hatima yetu inaweza kuwa mbaya. Fanya hivyo, tutaongeza idadi ya vijana wasio na ujuzi, wasioajirika na vijana wa kujiingiza kwenye vitendo viovu vya kihalifu na uvunjifu wa amani. Hivyo basi, kwetu sisi tuliopo hapa leo, tujiulize, je, bara tulilolirithi kwa waasisi wetu waliotafuta uhuru wa Afrika ndilo bara tunalotaka kuwarithisha vizazi vijavyo au wajukuu wetu? Je, Afrika tunayoijenga leo ni yenye uchumi endelevu au uchumi unaodumaa? Tukipata majibu hayo, tutalijenga bara letu vyema zaidi. Vile vile majibu ya masuala haya yatatupa mwelekeo wa sera zetu. Ni wazi kwa viongozi wenye maono hujenga sera zao kwenye maendeleo ya watu na kufuatiwa na maendeleo ya vitu. Na hapa mniruhusu ninukuu maneno ya baba wa taifa hili la Tanzania miaka michache kabla ya kufariki kwake, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, wakati akihutubia mkutano wa Umoja wa Mataifa jijini New York. Alisema, na hapa namnukuu, kwamba development is people. People are the target, creators and beneficiaries of anything known as development. Mwisho wa kunukuu. Kwa tafsiri rahisi, alisema maendeleo ni watu, watu ndio walengwa, ndio waanzilishi na wanufaika wa chochote kinachoitwa maendeleo. Kwa mantiki hiyo, hatuwezi kulikomboa bara letu kiuchumi kama hatutaelekeza nguvu zetu kwenye maendeleo ya rasilimali watu, kwa kuwapa maarifa na ujuzi unaohitajika katika kuyatumia na kuyabadilisha mazingira yao kwa manufaa yao. Waheshimiwa viongozi, tunapozungumzia uwekezaji katika rasilimali watu, ni kuhakikisha kwamba uwekezaji unaanza tangu mtoto anapozaliwa, kwa maana upatikanaji wa lishe bora na chanjo stahiki ili kuondoa udumavu ambao mara nyingi hupunguza kiwango cha uelewa na uwezo wa kusoma vizuri kwa watoto hao. Ili kuhakikisha tunaweka msingi mzuri wa elimu, tunapaswa kuwa na maandalizi mazuri ya elimu na hasa elimu ya awali kwa ajili ya kuandaa watoto kimwili, kiakili, kiismu au kijinsia na kiubunifu. Jambo jingine, ili elimu itoe matokeo chanya, ni lazima kuwa na mitaala yenye kukidhi matakwa ya soko la ajira. Kwa mfano, uwepo wa mapinduzi ya 4 ya viwanda yameleta mabadiliko makubwa katika sekta zetu za afya, elimu, biashara, teknolojia pamoja na mahusiano na mwingiliano wa kijamii pamoja na usafiri na usafirishaji. Hivyo basi, ni wajibu wetu kuhakikisha Afrika hatuachwi nyuma. Tunazitumia fursa hivi vizuri. Hatuachwi nyuma kama ilivyokuwa kwenye mapinduzi haya ya matatu yaliyopita. Mapinduzi ya kwanza, ya pili na ya tatu. Haya ya 4, Afrika ni wakati wetu kuyatumia vizuri. Muasisi wa taifa huru la Afrika Kusini, hayati Mzee Nelson Mandela alisema, na mimi namnukuu, "Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world." Akimaanisha kuwa elimu ndio silaha yenye nguvu zaidi inayoweza kutumika kubadilisha ulimwengu. Na hapa nichukue fursa hii kueleza umma huu baadhi ya hatua ambazo nchi yetu Tanzania imechukua ili kukuza na kuendeleza rasilimali watu. Moja, tumeamua kutenga fedha nyingi kwa ajili ya afua mbalimbali za lishe na huduma za afya ya uzazi wa mama na mtoto. Na katika hili, mimi kama rais wa nchi nimeingia mikataba na wakuu wa mikoa, kila mkuu wa mkoa kuhakikisha anawajibika ipasavyo katika eneo hili. Lakini la pili ni kuanzisha vituo vya elimu ya awali, yani Early Childhood Development Centers, ambayo tunaendelea kuvieneza nchi nzima. La tatu ni mapitio na maboresho ya sera ya elimu, mitaala na programu za mafunzo ili ziendane na mazingira pamoja na mahitaji ya sasa ya maendeleo. La 4 ni uanzishwaji wa mfuko wa kusaidia kaya maskini ujulikanao kama Tanzania Social Action Fund, TASAF. Lengo la mfuko huu ni kupunguza umaskini na kuboresha upatikanaji wa huduma za afya na elimu. Tangu mwaka 2000 zaidi ya kaya milioni 1 zimenufaika na zaidi ya miradi 731 ya miundo mbinu mbalimbali ya elimu, afya, maji safi na salama, kilimo na mazingira, njia za usafiri na usafirishaji zimetekelezwa. Jingine ni uanzishwaji wa programu ya elimu bila malipo kwenye ngazi za elimu ya awali, elimu ya msingi na hadi sekondari. Watoto wetu wanasoma bila kulipa. Lakini la 6 ni uwekezaji kwenye elimu ya ufundi na mafunzo ya mali, yani vocational education and training, ikiwa ni pamoja na kutoa ujuzi bobezi ili kuongeza tija, ushindani na uwezo wa ndani katika kutumia rasilimali za nchi yetu. 7, kuwezesha vijana kiuchumi kupitia mikopo inayotolewa na halmashauri. Mikopo hii tunatoa 4%, tumezitaka halmashauri kutenga 10% ya mapato yao ya ndani. 4% inatumika kwa kuwakopesha vijana, 4% inatumika kuwakopesha wanawake na 2% inatumika kuwakopesha watu wenye ulemavu. Jambo la 8 ni kuruhusu watoto walioacha masomo, hasa wa kike waliopata ujauzito, kuweza kurudi tena shuleni na kuendelea na masomo yao. Na hapa nataka niseme kwamba jaribio hili lilianza kule Zanzibar, na furaha kusema kwamba kuna watoto ambao walirudi kuanzia form 1 kidato cha 4, wamemaliza university na sasa wako vizuri. Kwa hiyo ni fursa nzuri ya kuwarudisha watoto shuleni. Lakini pia kupitia wizara yetu ya kilimo tuna programu maalum inayoitwa Building a Better Tomorrow kwa ajili ya vijana kujishughulisha na shughuli za kilimo, ufugaji na uvuvi ili kuijenga vyema sekta ya kilimo na kufanya sekta hii iweze kuchangia kwa 10% kutoka 4% inayochangia sasa hivi katika uchumi wetu wa taifa. Waheshimiwa viongozi, nimezungumza masuala mengi na kwa kirefu. Sasa naomba mniruhusu niataje kwa mahsusi na kwa muhtasari maeneo muhimu yanaweza kutusaidia kuboresha rasilimali watu ya Afrika ili atusaidie kuongeza mijadala yetu tukiwa hapa. Kwanza, lazima tujidhatiti kutumia rasilimali watu tulionayo kwa manufaa yetu, kwa maana ya reaping the demographic dividend. Idadi kubwa ya vijana tulionayo Afrika ni fursa ya pekee kwa ajili ya mageuzi ya kiuchumi. Badala ya kuacha vijana hawa wakross hizo bahari, wapigwe njiani, wazamishwe kwamba wanakwenda Europe kutafuta maisha bora. Maisha bora watayapata Afrika tukiwaendeleza. Lakini la pili, lazima tuwafundishe watoto wetu kuhusu uzazi wa mpangilio. Kama nilivyosema, Afrika population yetu ni kubwa sana, na population hii inaweza ikatuletea tija au ikatuletea mambo yasiyofaa kama hatukuitumia vizuri. La tatu, kuongeza manufaa kutokana na elimu na mafunzo tunayoyatoa katika nchi zetu. Tuhakikishe elimu tunayoitoa inawapa uwezo vijana wetu kuongeza tija na kujenga uchumi wetu. 4, kuongeza uwekezaji katika sekta nyingine zinazoleta ufanisi katika huduma za elimu na afya. Ni lazima kuwekeza katika miundombinu kama vile njia za usafiri na usafirishaji, kuongeza nishati au umeme, maji safi na usafi wa mazingira. Haya yote tukiyaboresha yanaweza kutusukuma katika kutoa huduma za afya na elimu ili ziwafikie watu wote na ziwe endelevu. Jambo la 5 ni utekelezaji wa programu za hifadhi ya jamii katika uzalishaji, yani implementing productive social safety nets programs katika nchi zetu. Waheshimiwa viongozi, kuzifungua fursa katika kuitumia rasilimali watu ya Afrika ni wajibu wa kimaadili na ni sharti muhimu la kiuchumi, kwani kwa kuwekeza katika hifadhi ya jamii, kuongeza rasilimali fedha kwenye elimu na maendeleo ya rasilimali watu, tunaweza kuijenga Afrika yenye mafanikio jumuishi. Kwa hivyo, inatupasa tuunganishe nguvu za serikali, asasi za kiraia na sekta binafsi ili kufanya uwekezaji unaohitajika na kujenga mazingira wezeshi ya kukua na kuendelea kwa rasilimali hii muhimu ambayo ni watu wetu, vijana wetu. Kwa pamoja tunaweza kujenga mustakabali mwema wa Afrika kwa kuhakikisha ndoto za vijana wetu zinatimia. Waheshimiwa viongozi, wakati nikihitimisha, nisisitize kwamba suala la maendeleo ya rasilimali watu wa Afrika haliwezi kuja kwa kubahatisha na halina mbadala. Lazima tuwe na mipango madhubuti ya kuhakikisha rasilimali watu Afrika inaendelezwa kwa manufaa ya bara hili na kwa maendeleo yetu. Ndugu zangu, baada ya kusema hayo, niseme wakati ni sasa. Inawezekana kila mmoja atekeleze jukumu lake kwa nafasi yake, tuendeleze bara letu Afrika. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Asante sana.
May I request you to stand up and we clap our hands. Please be seated. Asante sana. Wakati ni sasa, inawezekana. Can we all say that? The time is now, it is possible. The time is now. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your leadership and for bringing the continent together for this important Human Capital Heads of State Summit here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Excellencies, up next we have a video that is going to set the stage on how focusing on learning and skills will help propel human capital-led economic growth in Africa. After the video, I will have the honor to invite World Bank Vice President for Human Development, Dr. Mamta Murthy, to give us a deeper reflection of this video. But for now, distinguished delegates, excellencies, it's the video. Thank you.
The last 30 years saw a largely positive economic story for sub-Saharan Africa. Economies grew, and the proportion of the population living below the poverty line declined. Africa made great progress in health outcomes, and life expectancy has grown over the last 50 years. Child mortality declined, and the chances of a 15-year-old surviving to age 60 improved. Senegal and Ghana reduced stunting, which is defined as impaired growth and development of children due to poor nutrition, repeated infection, and inadequate psychological stimulation. Stunting affects learning, productivity, and leads to low wages in adulthood. Liberia, Rwanda, and Malawi were able to reduce under 5 mortality by 2/3 in the last 2 decades. Over the last 2 decades, Kenya and the Seychelles have made consistent strategic investments in health and education with significant results. Select countries record higher secondary school access and completion rates than the regional average. This raises the future productivity of current cohorts as measured by the Human Capital Index. Paired with favorable demographics, these countries are well positioned to reap a demographic dividend driven by high levels of human capital to accompany other investments.
However, there were significant differences across the countries in national income, natural resources, fragility and conflict, and urbanization, among others. A key feature of Africa's growth experience has been the diversity driven by regional heterogeneity, with some countries growing faster than others. As these developments progressed, its population grew from around 180 million people in 1950 to more than 1 billion now, and is projected to grow to slightly more than 2 billion people by the late 2040s. Although the region has grown economically, this was not enough to deliver rapid per capita income growth. Africa is still the poorest region and lags in key human capital indicators like learning, out-of-school children, stunting, and the proportion of youth with appropriate skills. Still, a significant proportion of children on the continent cannot read, more than half of whom are women, which further limits their participation in the labor market. Africa is at a critical juncture in its economic growth journey in a rapidly changing world, driven by technology and digital advancement.
Jobs will be digitally focused and require new skills. While global populations will continue to grow, the overall growth rate is slowing, and the world's population is aging. However, Sub-Saharan Africa's unique demographics offer both hopes and risks. With timely strategic investment, Sub-Saharan Africa has a real opportunity to use its biggest asset, its people, as a key driver for growth.
Hope can be seen through a potential economic and demographic dividend with changing dependency ratios. But with a rapidly increasing population of young people and workers who will need education and jobs, Sub-Saharan Africa is the only region with an increasing working age population. The youth population in India and China are declining, while that in sub-Saharan Africa is increasing. By 2075, Africa will stand out as an extraordinary hub of human activity, with almost a third of all people on Earth projected to call this continent home. The working age population is surging at remarkable speeds. By 2035, there will be 450 million more workers joining the labor market, with only 100 million jobs being available at the current rate. Sustained economic growth, fueled by a youthful population, will not be realized automatically. It requires private sector partnerships and bundles of multi-sector, time-sensitive policies for job creation. These policies must equip youth with relevant skills in STEM to meet the demands of future jobs. These will be policies that keep people at the center. Strategic and sustained human capital investments can accelerate economic growth, build resilient systems, and strengthen social cohesion. The East Asian tiger countries, like South Korea, Malaysia, and Singapore, demonstrate that sustained strategic investment in human capital contributed to between 1/3 and half of all economic growth. The miracle of the East Asian growth story highlights the importance of investing in people. There was an assumption that these economies grew before the governments had enough resources to invest in people. But there is clear evidence that investments in public health and education predated faster economic growth. A healthier, better educated population will contribute to faster economic growth. As families become more assured that their children were likely to survive and thrive, they chose to have smaller families, ensuring that households and governments could increase investment. More educated parents were better skilled and could contribute more to the labor market. The experience of East Asian tigers makes our understanding of what drives development more complete. The old consensus was that investments in physical capital, such as dams, roads, and irrigation systems, were the main drivers of economic growth. But the rates of return varied from country to country. This variability was attributed to supporting economic policies, including trade, regional integration, and enterprise ownership. We have learned that robust economic growth and development are a combination of smart physical infrastructure investments, appropriate economic policies, and timely and sustained human capital investments.
We've covered how investment in human capital accelerates economic growth. So let's take a closer look at the next important accelerator in human capital: resilient systems. Robust development means countries are building national systems that can withstand shocks like economic downturns, debt crisis, conflict, learning losses, epidemics, droughts, and floods. Despite sub-Saharan Africa's last 20 years of variable economic growth, the region has seen frequent shocks and setbacks. The COVID-19 pandemic is not the first health shock in the region. The Ebola epidemic devastated parts of Africa, and before that, HIV or AIDS had a substantial and long-term negative impact on all aspects of development. Shocks at any stage of life, be they economic, climate-related, or health-focused, increase population vulnerability and erode human capital. Shocks put households at risk economically, requiring a more significant governmental response to help stabilize the economy. Sub-Saharan Africa is also especially vulnerable to climate change, which will likely be more devastating to poorer households. All of these shocks disrupt and reduce investments in human capital, test government systems, and stretch meager financing. Human capital builds the resolve of households to withstand climate shocks and contribute to a more livable planet. Human capital investment for system resilience can include social protection systems, targeting assistance, social work and services programs, adaptive education systems, and resilient public health systems.
Investments in human capital also help equalize opportunity. Research shows that countries with lower levels of inequality tend to experience faster growth and address inequality. More equitable human capital endowments are important growth drivers, and highly unequal countries experience growth slowdown upon reaching middle income status. A key lesson is that strategic human capital spending can reduce inequality. A misdirected spending on human capital, on the other hand, can increase inequality, hence affecting growth. The evidence is clear. Equal countries tend to experience faster growth.
Human capital investments are central to strengthening social cohesion, our final important accelerator. Social cohesion is critical for every country, but is especially important in the context of violence, conflict, and fragility. The delivery of education, healthcare, water sanitation, and justice and security provide the glue that binds a state and a society. At a basic level, providing a range of quality social services that address the population's needs is an important step in building trust in the role of government. To strengthen social cohesion, service delivery solutions should address and correct inequalities across income groups, ethnicities, religions, and linguistic lines. Nations that make smart and equitable investments in human capital through robust education, health and social programs accelerate growth and ensure that women are fully empowered to contribute to economic growth. Evidence shows that strategic investments in human capital and people set the stage for economic growth.
Africa's future depends on the choices made at this juncture in its history. The increasing proportion of young people need to be skilled, and the right policies are needed to ensure these young people will have jobs. We can shape our future with collective focus, resolve, partnerships, and investment. Africa is at a unique moment in its history. How can we partner to ensure Africa reaps its demographic dividend for growth and jobs?
Thank you very much. And from the video, and as we gather to celebrate these achievements and successes that our nations have made so far, I would now like to invite to the podium Dr. Mamta Murthy to give more context. Our continent. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Mamta Murthy.
On the movie that you just saw, and I'm going to offer you just 5 reflections. I'd like you to take away. The first thing I would like you to take away from the movie is that human capital is an incredibly important source of economic growth. So if you look at the difference between rich and poor countries, anywhere between 1/3. Now, you know, researchers always quibble about methodology and that kind of thing, and some will question how much of what is being attributed to human capital can actually be, is actually the result of infrastructure or trade policy or other things. But even if we accept all those quibbles, at least 1/3 of the difference between rich and poor countries can be attributed to human capital, and that's a huge difference. It's also a difference that we know we can work on, and that's why it's a very actionable item, and I'm delighted to be addressing heads of government, vice presidents, presidents, and others, because we can act on this together. The second thing I want to say is that there has been progress in Africa on the issue of human capital. We heard from a number of delegations, from ministers. There has been remarkable progress. Let me give you one statistic. If we look at the population of sub-Saharan Africa that is over 25 years of age, right? So they've completed their education. Well, the average years of schooling has gone up from 3.5 years of schooling to over 5.5 years of schooling in the past 20 years. That's an enormous increase in just years of schooling. Remember, for a population that has been growing quite rapidly. So I hope that fixes in your mind that there has been huge progress. The challenge, of course, lies with the quality of schooling. The quality of schooling is not as high as it should be. Again, if we look at children in school today in sub-Saharan Africa, they can expect, because of the expansion in schooling that many of you in the audience have been responsible for, a child today in sub-Saharan Africa can expect to achieve at least 9 years of schooling because of the policies that are in place. But because the quality of schooling is poor, about 45 to 50% of that is lost. So the equivalent number of years of schooling is not 9, it's 4.5. It's about half of that, because very little is being learnt in school. Children can progress through school, but it doesn't mean that they leave school having learnt everything they should. To contrast that with another continent that I know well and Victoria knows well, East Asia and the Pacific, an average child today in East Asia and the Pacific can expect to go through 12 years of schooling. There too, there are issues with quality. So about 30% of that schooling is lost because the quality is not high. But if you take away 30% from 12, that's still 9 years of schooling. So in Africa, there are two challenges, both to increase the years of schooling and to improve quality. That's a double challenge. That's a difficult challenge because it's a double challenge. It requires resources and it requires improving learning in school. I'm going to come to the resources, but let me first talk about improving learning in school, because as I said before, this is an actionable thing. This is something that can be done. There is a lot that has been learned within Africa and from outside Africa on how to improve learning in school. Let me touch upon just a few things, actually drawing on the excellent panel discussion that we had yesterday with ministers of health, ministers of education, and ministers of labor and social welfare. I'm going to mention only 3 things. These are not silver bullets, but they are ideas I want you to take away. First, learning happens in school, but children have to be prepared to learn before they come to school. When we're talking about learning in school, it's very important to build the foundations. And the foundation of learning, all learning, is being able to read. Being able to read is the thing that needs to be emphasized in the early years, in primary school. And there's a lot that can be done by simplifying the curriculum and focusing it on the foundational elements of reading. And there are many countries in Africa that are doing this. There's Kenya, there's Mozambique, there's Niger, there's Edo State of Nigeria, there's Rwanda. These are very good things to be doing and are worthy of replication. But beyond wanting to teach the fundamentals, it doesn't help if the teacher is not in the classroom. if the teacher is not supported in delivering learning in the classroom. And some of the ministers yesterday spoke about this. Teacher presence and support to the teacher for delivering the foundational elements of learning in the classroom are extremely important. And finally, there is the issue of language, and President Suluhu mentioned this in her remarks. Africa is a continent of many languages. Many children come to school speaking a language at home and then being expected to read in a different language in school. So there is an issue around teaching reading in the mother tongue, which is still a challenge in the continent. So I leave you with just these three ideas: foundational learning, emphasizing reading, supporting the teacher to deliver learning in the classroom, both by being present and by being supported with the right coaching, with the right in-service training, with the right materials. And finally, the language of instruction, the first language that the child encounters in school. Now let me talk about readiness for learning. Children arrive in school, but they need to be ready to learn. And that is where nutrition in the early years, that's where cognitive development and stimulation before entering school matters. This is the reason why pre-primary school matters and early childhood development matters. Many countries have made progress in trying to expand early childhood development, but it's not enough. Yesterday, we heard a very good example from the minister from Rwanda who talked about low-cost, community-based expansion of early childhood development. This is very promising. This expansion can occur rapidly, and it can have an impact on both nutrition and cognitive readiness to learn when children enter school. One doesn't need a Mercedes-Benz of early childhood development. One needs the right interventions in early childhood development in order to have readiness for school. The last point I want to make is really about post-basic education and secondary and TVET and higher education. We had some discussions about this yesterday. If human capital is built through early childhood development, through good basic education, young people still need skills that are relevant for the labor market. We've seen a lot of expansion in post-secondary education, which is not particularly relevant to the needs of the labor market. A stronger emphasis on relevance by involving the private sector, involving business leaders in helping devising a curriculum that is relevant to the needs of the labor market is extremely important. But the skills that are needed go beyond technical skills. They also are the skills that are needed are also behavioral. They also relate to things like teamwork, critical thinking, problem solving, the things that are needed for the fourth industrial revolution, as Her Excellency Samia Suluhu mentioned. Again, this is an area that can be worked on. We had very good examples from many of the ministers yesterday on the way in which post-secondary education is being linked to the needs of the labor market. I want to move on to the issue of resources because, as I said at the outset, Africa faces a double challenge, the need to both increase the number of years of schooling, but also increase quality. Many of the elements of quality actually do not involve a huge additional fiscal cost. It's the expansion of access which is costly. And this is where the need for resources comes. Now, the majority of resources for the expansion and access to education will have to come domestically. And for this, countries need to strengthen domestic resource mobilization, as well as increase the priority given to education. But beyond the volume of resources, there's also the issue of resource use and effectiveness of resource use. It's very easy to talk about waste, and because sectors like education and health and social protection take up such a large share of the government budget, it's very easy to say, oh, well, there's a lot of wasteful spending. To my mind, what is wasteful is if a child is in the classroom and is not ready to learn. That is why making sure that early childhood investments are made is very important, because this is what makes spending on basic education effective. What's wasteful is spending money on basic education if children are not learning. That's why the spending that needs to happen on basic education needs to be directed towards achieving stronger and better learning outcomes. Similarly, if there's spending on post-secondary and it doesn't result in the kinds of skills that are needed for young people to acquire jobs, that is on learning and employability, to my mind, is a very good way of approaching the issue of effectiveness of resource use. I want to conclude, and I want to say that what has made me very enthusiastic over these past 2 days is the commitment that I have seen from everybody, from national authorities, from the private sector, from development partners, to make a huge dent on this issue of improving outcomes and expanding access to services. This makes me very positive and very confident. We've also heard excellent examples of things that work. The panel yesterday, I believe, was very inspiring to all of us. My wish at the end of this summit is that everybody goes away with the intention that the examples that we heard now, which are sporadic and are uncommon, my wish is that these become common, and that when we meet in 3 or 4 or 5 years' time, many of these examples are replicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murthy, for your insightful thoughts that provide a lot of things to ponder on for the coming couple of hours. But also, it really sets up well for the next panel discussion, where we are going to have our distinguished heads of states to ponder on Africa's prosperity depends on its youthful demographics. How can Africa utilize its young population fully to achieve Agenda 2063? Excellencies, I'm honored now to invite to the stage the following heads of state for the first panel discussion, as I'd mentioned, looking onto Africa's prosperity that depends on its youthful demographics. How can Africa utilize its young population fully to achieve Agenda 2063? Allow me and join me to welcome to the stage Your Excellency Philippe Jacinto Nyusi, the President, Republic of Mozambique. And as he comes, may I also invite His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Makathi Chakwera, President, Republic of Malawi. As he comes to the stage, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for His Excellency Carlos Manuel Villanova, President, Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. And as it comes, last but not least, I would like to invite to the stage, and let's put our hands together for His Excellency Olavo Avelino Garcia Correira, Deputy Prime Minister, Republic of Cape Verde. And to moderate these wonderful sessions, Allow me, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to turn the floor over to CNBC Africa's Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Godfrey Mutizwa, to moderate the next two sessions. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Godfrey of CNBC.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. I am hoping I have observed all the diplomatic notes that are important. I'm a storyteller, and I'm very privileged here, and I really feel a sense of belonging to be asked to this august gathering on a very important topic for our country. Yes, our country, Africa. I feel it's one of those occasions where I can say without contradiction that Africa is a country, for our problems are similar. We, as you have heard, all of you this morning, have the lowest average human capital index rating in the world at 89%. And our challenges are common. All of us, wherever you look, we face rising inflation, we face rising indebtedness in our households, in our governments. And we also know that, in addition to that, we know that inflation and unemployment are increasing. But at the same time, consistently throughout the continent, we also have the largest and the youngest population in the world, which is what brings us here today. Your Excellencies, let me spell out what my role is today here. By the end of this session, I've been told I must get a measurable commitment from all of you, just one, on advancing our youth agenda to achieve the long spoken about youth dividend. I also have been instructed to provide each of you with 5 minutes. And I know this is a particularly difficult one because you have important messages that you need to communicate. But for the purpose of getting the messages that we would like, that are going to be used to fill all the gaps that we had here this morning, I've been given 5 minutes for all of you. And you will see me lifting my eyebrow. It might be a shoulder, it might be a grunting. I will certainly do my best to try to live within the 5 minutes. But I do not want to leave the important messages that you need to leave with me here. Otherwise, I will be in trouble. And then lastly, out of each of you, I'm also hoping that I will be able to get 3 takeaways that I share with the organizers of our debate today. So please, Your Excellencies, please help me. I promise to vote for you when you call for the reform of the United Nations in New York the next time you are at UNGA. Let me start, first of all, with the first set of questions. And this question, I am posing it to Your Excellency, the President of Mozambique, President Felipe Nyusi. Let me just get to your question. My notes are letting me down here. Okay. I have it. Your Excellency, we know that in each of our countries, half the population is female. We also know that our ladies are the most entrepreneurial on the continent. The statistics are there actually from the African Development Bank. And we also know that they are very, very responsible with their finances. So I want to know what you are doing to improve the female labor force participation. And I dare say, even in that entrepreneurial field as well, where they are laboring without participation and beating the man, what more can we do to get the ladies to be more participative than they are currently?
Thank you. Allow me also to use the official language of Mozambique, Portuguese. Samahani ndugu zangu, nitasema Kireno leo. Kwa shauri nataka wananchi pia Mozambiki wasikie. Asanteni. Caros colegas, chefes de Estado, cerca de 32 milhões de moçambicanos. Destes, 52% são jovens, mas também 51% são mulheres. A pergunta que me coloca concretamente o que fazemos para empoderamento, para o desenvolvimento do capital humano, concretamente para a mulher, ela é uma pergunta que não é isolada. Precisamos, aliás, define as teorias do que é preciso fazer. Primeiro precisamos de garantir a vida, boa vida ou a vida de qualidade para todos os nossos compatriotas, mas sobretudo para as novas gerações. Para isso é preciso facilitar as condições, como acabamos de dizer aqui, ter água,
So I'm happy to inform you all that our guest of honor has already arrived, and any moment now he will be joining us. And as I'd explained earlier, as soon as he's ready to join us, I will request all of us to kindly be standing, and we will be clapping our hands. May I request all of us to please stand up? Can we all please stand up? And let's clap our hands as the guest of honor is coming into the venue. Thank you very much. Kindly be seated. Honorable guest of honor, Dr. Philip Isidore Mpango, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I would also like to recognize the presence of Honorable Dr. Mwigulu Lameck Nchemba, the Minister of Finance of the United Republic of Tanzania. I would also like to recognize Madam Victoria Kwaka, Vice President, Africa Region, East Southern Africa. I would also like to recognize the presence of Madam Manta Muti, the Vice President for Human Development at the World Bank. I would also like to recognize the presence of Honorable Engineer Zena Said, the Secretary of the Revolutionary Council and the Chief Secretary of Zanzibar. I would also like to recognize the presence of Honorable Dr. Peter Mathuki, the Secretary General of the East Africa Community. In a very special way, I would like to recognize the presence of Ambassador Tordeda Ratebaye from the Africa Union Commission, Deputy Chief of Staff, who is representing the Chairman of the Africa Union Commission. In a very special way, I would like also to recognize the presence of Graca Machel, the former First Lady of the Republic of South Africa, honorable ministers present, honorable permanent secretaries present, excellencies, ambassadors, high commissioners, and heads of international organizations accredited to Tanzania, distinguished participants, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to welcome you all to the Africa Human Capital Head of State Summit, which is taking place here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, at the JNICC. Can we put our hands together, recognizing all the efforts that have been put together to organizing this great summit. I would now like to invite to the podium for the welcoming remarks the Minister for Finance of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Dr. Mwigulu Lameck Nchemba. Can we put our hands together as he comes to the podium?
Honorable Dr. Philip Mpango, the Vice President, United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Madam Victoria Kwakwa, the Vice President of the World Bank Group, responsible for the Eastern and South, my brother, Minister for Finance and Deputy Prime Minister from Cape Verde, Madam, the Vice President responsible for Human Capital, the World Bank Group. Allow me on the outset to thank the Almighty God for allowing us to gather here today, which demonstrates the support on human capital development agenda in our continent. Allow me also to thank the World Bank Group, both from Washington and Dar es Salaam office, for their tireless support to the Minister of Finance since the inception, launching, and today's main event. Honorable Vice President, surely it has been a fruitful and notable process to organize and prepare the Africa Head of State Human Capital Summit, while advancing into a global agenda to accelerate investments in human capital as a response to overlapping crises. On behalf of the government of Tanzania and on behalf of our ministry, allow me to extend our sincere gratitude for the support not only in organizing this event, but also with a wide range of development interventions that the World Bank has been supporting to our country. As I stand before you, allow me to share some remarkable steps that have been made in accelerating human capital outcomes in Tanzania. Our nation's commitment to investing in our people has been strong, and the results have been achieved as a testimony to collective efforts that the government has been doing. Honorable Vice President, my colleagues, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the first and foremost, we have prioritized education as a fundamental pillar for human capital development. Under the banner of our Quality Education for All program, we have undertaken comprehensive measures to improve access, enhance quality, and ensure the relevance of education across the country. In collaboration with various stakeholders, we have made significant investment in infrastructure development, that is construction of classrooms, administration blocks, and education policy reforms. These efforts have yielded positive outcomes, empowering our youth with the knowledge and the skills necessary to thrive in an ever-evolving world. Honorable Vice Presidents, Your Excellency Vice Presidents, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the importance of equipping our youth with practical skills, we strongly emphasize on strengthening technical and vocational training by foregoing strategic partnerships with the private sector. We have aligned technical and vocational education and training programs with the need of industries, creating and integrating pathway from education to employment. Currently, we are designing programs that will prepare graduates to all levels, even dropouts, to seize opportunities and contribute meaningfully to the workforce. Your Excellency, Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, in the year 2016, the government introduced a free basic education policy making, marking a pre-primary, primary, and lower secondary education, free waiving all the registration exam fees. The policy has attributed to an immediate increase in enrollment by over 38%. In pre-primary enrollment and over 44% in Form 1, and it has also contributed to improving access to education, rapid pace, and improving access for girls. And recently, the government, under her leadership of Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, has included a fee-free at advanced level secondary education to provide more opportunities to youth and accessing advanced education. Your Excellency, Vice President, and my colleague ministers, ladies and gentlemen, in the field of health care, we have taken significant intervention to ensure that our citizens have access to quality health services through extensive infrastructure development, particularly in underserved rural areas, and we have expanded health facilities, bringing essential medical care closer to our people. As of now, we have in operation 217 government hospitals, which include the national, regional, referral hospitals, designated district and specialized hospitals, and also we have 725 dispensaries and 5,719 health centers nationwide. Simultaneously, we have continued to invest in enhancing the capacity of our health workforce through comprehensive training programs and incentives to attract and retain skilled professionals. As a result, our nation's healthcare system has become more resilient and responsive to the needs of our population. Your Excellency, Vice Presidents, my colleague ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania continues to curb poverty and income inequalities through implementation of various programs, such as Perspective of Social Safety Net, that is PSSN, as part of the strategy. The program intends to improve social services delivery, capacity enhancement for communities, rehabilitation of healthcare facilities, schools, and other small-scale infrastructure. The program has resulted in successfully improving human capital outcomes among the poor. And the rapid expansion of safety nets is all countrywide. As mentioned earlier, none of these achievements would have been possible without our international and national development partners' unwavering support and collaboration. Their financial assistance and technical expertise have played a vital role in enhancing the effectiveness and impact of our human capital initiative. Together, through joint monitoring and evaluation frameworks, we have ensured accountability and measured the true impact of collective efforts. Furthermore, we have embraced the power of knowledge exchange, learning opportunities, and others. By actively engaging with countries that have successfully implemented human capital development strategies, we have fostered a culture of sharing best practices and lessons learned. The cross-pollination of ideas and experiences has accelerated our progress and allowed us to avoid potential pitfalls. Tanzania is proud of having accelerated human capital outcomes through our steadfast commitment to education and healthcare. We remain dedicated to the cause, knowing that the journey toward fully harnessing the potential of our people is a going process, and we invite other nations to learn from the experience, collaborate with us, and join hands in building a bright future where human capital serves the bedrock of sustainable development. We believe that this summit will be a catalyst for transformative change in Africa's pursuit of human capital development. And lastly, it is a great honor and indeed to welcome the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is here with us today. His Excellency Dr. Philip Isidori Mpango, to deliver his opening remarks. I thank you very much, Your Excellency Vice President. Thank you very much.
Honorable Dr. Mwigulu Lameck Nchemba, Minister of Finance, United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Engineer Zena Said, Secretary of the Revolutionary Council and Chief Secretary of Zanzibar, Madam Victoria Kwakwa, Vice President of the World Bank East and Southern African Region, Madam Mamta Murithi, the Vice President of the World Bank for Human Development, Ambassador Todeta Rotabea, African Union Commission Deputy Chief of Staff, representing the Chairman of the African Union Commission, Honorable Ministers present, Permanent Secretaries, Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, and heads of international organizations accredited to Tanzania, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great pleasure and honor that I join you to officiate the opening of the technical session of the 2023 Heads of State Summit on Human Capital. On behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, I wish to welcome you to Dar es Salaam and to Tanzania in general. Karibuni sana. Tanzania is greatly honored to host this important summit, and it is our sincere hope that you will have had a pleasant stay so far, and please feel at home. Allow me to thank the World Bank for partnering with Tanzania and other African states to convene this summit. The summit has been organized in a manner that facilitates interactive discussions and bottom-up prioritization of human capital development needs so as to inform policies as well as resource allocation. And at the outset, I wish to reaffirm my country's commitment to make the 2023 Human Capital Summit a success and a catalyst for increased investment in human capital. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 African Heads of State Human Capital Summit provides yet another opportunity for Africa to discuss and strategize on how to turn around human capital potential for development and prosperity of our countries. The theme of this summit, that is accelerating Africa's economic growth, boosting youth productivity by improving learning, skills and productivity of youth, reminds us of the potentials of our youth to invigorate economic advancement in our countries if we carefully invest in their education, skills and aspirations. It is our expectation that the summit will in earnest work to achieve this noble goal. Excellencies and distinguished guests, the UN reports on Sustainable Development Goals indicate that African countries still face difficulties in achieving SDGs for human capital development, particularly those linked to education, health and social protection. Thus, there is a global call for more investment in the education sector. It is estimated that in low and middle-income countries, almost 40% of people aged 0 to 14 who attend school will be from Africa by the year 2050. It is further estimated that learning poverty will rise by 10 percentage points to more than 60 in developing countries worldwide, and from 83% to more than 90% in the poorest countries. This therefore calls for prompt actions to address potential demographic concerns by making smart investments in our people's health as well as high-quality education that equips our youth with the required knowledge and skills for our country's economic success. Excellencies, development success stories across the globe have demonstrated that productivity, economic transformation, and well-being of a country hinge on accumulation of a critical mass of productive human capital endowment. While African countries have continued to register a windfall in population growth averaging 2.4% per annum, the average human capital index score for the continent of around 0.4 is still quite low to realize transformative value addition per worker. To make things worse, the COVID-19 pandemic, global conflicts, as well as adverse effects of climate change have led to unprecedented disruptions of programs on human capital development and labor productivity in Africa. Therefore, this summit comes at an opportune time to Africa to prioritize human capital development agenda in order to safeguard the milestones covered in human capital development over the last decade from being lost. And my appeal to all of us and our development partners is to mobilize resources for increased investment in learning, health, nutrition, inclusive development, and social protection. In tandem, I challenge all the experts attending this summit to come up with innovative policies that will improve Africa's human capital outcomes, capitalizing on the bulging young population. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me try complement what Minister Mwigulu just told us in terms of sharing Tanzania's endeavors and experiences in building its human capital development. So, we have scaled up financing for education from 17.9% in 2019-2020 to 18.9% in 2021-2022 of the total budget. That means we are approaching the 20% agreed for 2030. The budgets for health and agriculture have also increased significantly. And to expand outreach and efficiency of social service delivery, Tanzania has, over the past 2 years, focused on improvement of hard and soft infrastructure. We have constructed and renovated classrooms, healthcare facilities, installed telemedicine hubs, X-rays and MRI machines for all regional hospitals. We have improved teacher and healthcare workers training, taking into account inclusive strategies, particularly investing in vulnerable groups. We have strengthened the National Health Insurance Fund by increasing service delivery centers, increased the supply of medicines, and implemented free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education for all, including allowing teenage mothers to resume their studies after delivery. Tanzania has also rolled out a countrywide social safety net program under the Tanzania Social Action Fund, TASAF, and financial inclusion programs to support access to social services. On financial inclusion, significant investment has been made in digital infrastructure and interoperability, which have in turn contributed to wider coverage of branchless banking and mobile money services. And consequently, financial inclusion increased from 65% of the adult population in 2017 to 73% in 2023. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the interventions that I've just outlined yielded some quite impressive results. And these include an increase in primary school enrollment rate from 85% in 2015 to 97% in 2021, with gross completion rate in primary school reaching 100% in 2022, compared to only 80% in 2015. The other notable achievements include attainment of gender parity, ratio of 1:1, a standard number of 40 to 50 pupils in a classroom, technical and vocational training centers built in 30 out of the 31 regions in the country, and the number of fully fledged universities and university colleges increased from 1 in 1961 to 52 this year, 2023. And integrated digital technology in the education system, involving distribution of tablets to school teachers to facilitate digital education, and the institution of online school registration system. With regard to the health sector, infant and under 5 mortality declined from 67 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2015 to 43 per 1,000 live births in 2022. The number of persons with health insurance cover increased by 30% from 3.5 million in 2016 to nearly 5 million in 2021. Health facilities have a score set of essential medicines available and affordable on a sustainable basis, increased to 78% in 2022 compared to a mere 1% in 2015. On HIV/AIDS, Tanzania is now attaining epidemic control and achieving fast track and 99 to 99 targets. Currently, 89.7% of people living with HIV know their status, of which 99% of them are on ARVs and 96% of them have suppressed HIV viral load to an undetectable level. And consequently, life expectancy in Tanzania increased from 60 years in 2010 to 66 years in 2022. Other milestones worth noting include improved food security, which reversed in trends in all forms of malnutrition for children. The prevalence of stunted growth declined from 34% to 30% for the period between 2015 and 2022. The health of women of reproductive age, which is 15 to 49 years, also improved over the period, with prevalence of anemia falling from 44.8% in 2015 to 28.8% in 2022. The proportion of the population covered by social protection reached 25% in 2022 compared to 9% in 2015. The Productive Social Safety Net program is now a global best practice, having expanded to cover all rural households in the country. And furthermore, evidence from an impact evaluation of the Productive Social Safety Net on youth well-being and the transition to adulthood across the poor households suggests that the program has successfully improved human capital for beneficiary poor households and improved access to education and health services, as well as skills for the target group. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in order to consolidate the gains, first, Tanzania is currently reviewing the Education and Training Policy of 2014, Education Act and curricula. And the review aims at improving the education system to cater for talent development, hands-on skills, building competencies, positive thinking, and acquaint graduates with cutting-edge technology. The review is further expected to increase youth productivity, competitiveness in labor market, as well as preparing graduates to become job creators and not job seekers. Second, we are embarking on extending technical and vocational training centers to cover all the 184 districts in the country. And thirdly, efforts are also being directed at embracing learning, digital revolution, and scaling up social service delivery and rural electrification to reach out to all the villages. And similarly, we are expanding ICT infrastructure development, taking advantage of a rapid digital uptake in the country, which is evidenced by an increase in the population, in the proportion of adult individuals using internet from 36.5% in 2015 to 49% in 2021. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, allow me to throw a few thoughts that I find to be necessary for unlocking human capital potential in our continent. First, given the limited fiscal space of most African countries, I am of the view that regional and multilateral financial institutions need to do more to devise innovative financing solutions in support of Africa's drive to accelerate human capital development. We should all note that human capital investment is long-term in nature and therefore requires low-cost financing with low-term maturity. Second, the private sector is a key beneficiary of human capital development efforts, and I therefore call upon this meeting to discuss on how best the private sector could be motivated to actively collaborate with governments as co-sponsors and co-producers of quality human capital. And third, I firmly believe that our training institutions, being key players in human capital development, can and should help the continent bolster local capacities to effectively manage and exploit our natural resource endowment. It is an irony that the continent spends much of its financial resources to improve knowledge for harnessing our own natural resource wealth. African training institutions should therefore reposition themselves and collaborate amongst themselves to produce homegrown solutions to Africa's challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, under the African Union Agenda 2063, the continent has made human capital development one of its primary flagship themes. This theme is centered on improving access to healthcare and education for all people, advancing gender equality, empowering women, and developing the necessary skills and competencies for growth and transformation of the continent. By 2025, the African Union hopes to have at least 70% of African children enrolled in pre-primary education, while also prioritizing investments in tertiary and higher education, as well as technical and vocational training programs. That means we have a very short time left to deliver. I therefore wish to take this opportunity to encourage all of us to take advantage of this forum to learn, share experiences, network, and search for opportunities to lift up Africa's stock of quality human capital, which is very critical for realizing the Africa we want. With these remarks, I'm very pleased to announce that the technical session of the Summit on Human Capital is now officially launched. And I thank you for your kind attention. Asante sana.
Let's continue to put our hands together for that wonderful remarks. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President, who is our guest of honor this morning, Honorable Dr. Philip Isdori Mpango of the United Republic of Tanzania. May we kindly request you to at least have an opportunity to listen to one keynote speech, if your time allows, which is going to be presented by Honorable Dr. Olavo Avelino Garcia Correira, the Vice Prime Minister of Cape Verde. Kindly, let's proceed as our guest of honor has to run. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me switch to Portuguese. I think we have translation. Muito bom dia a todos. Yeah. Okay. This channel for the translator. We have information about the channel. Okay. Is it working? Okay. Muito bom dia a todos. Senhora Vice-Presidente da República Unida da Tanzânia, Sr. Dr. Felipe Isidore Mpango, Excelência, Senhora Vice-Presidente do Banco Mundial, Dra. Vitória Kwakwa, Senhora Vice-Presidente do Banco Mundial para a área do capital humano, Senhor Ministro das Finanças da República Unida da Tanzânia, ilustres chefes de Estado, ministros, pontos focais do capital humano e delegados do governo de toda a região aqui presentes, prezados participantes, caros convidados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Quero, desde logo, agradecer todas as exposições que foram colocadas à nossa disposição e à disposição das nossas delegações, pelas entidades oficiais da República Unida da Tanzânia e também pelo apoio do Banco Mundial para estarmos aqui presentes. É para nós um enorme prazer estarmos aqui neste país africano, Tanzânia. Um país belíssimo. Eu, antes de conhecer a Tanzânia, pensava que Cabo Verde era o país mais belo do mundo. Mas depois de estar aqui, já vi que temos um grande concorrente. Tanzânia é um país belíssimo. Um país belíssimo onde vamos discutir um tema que é crucial e que é crítico para a África e para o mundo. O capital humano, o emprego jovem, as competências, a pobreza e a pobreza extrema. Eu sou Ministro das Finanças de Cabo Verde. Se eu tiver um único euro, um único escudo, ou um único dólar, dentre todas as opções que eu tenho à minha frente para investir, eu não tenho dúvidas nenhumas que eu investiria no capital humano. Porque nós podemos construir estradas, portos, aeroportos, podemos ter edifícios belíssimos, mas se não tivermos recursos humanos qualificados e preparados para rentabilizar esses investimentos, podemos não ter o retorno. Mas se formarmos os recursos humanos capacitados, qualificados, mesmo não tivendo estradas, portos e aeroportos, são esses recursos humanos, são esses jovens, são essas mulheres que vão cuidar e seguramente que vamos ter no futuro estradas, portos e aeroportos. Por isso, é fundamental que investamos no capital humano. Esse é um apelo a todo o continente, a todos nós que temos a responsabilidade de liderar o continente africano. Investamos no capital humano. É um investimento com retorno certo. É um investimento com retorno garantido. O nosso continente está confrontado com desafios acrescidos. É um continente jovem. É um continente que está a crescer muito em termos populacionais. Devemos duplicar a nossa população até 2050, passando de 1,3 mil milhões de pessoas para 2,5 mil milhões de pessoas. É um desafio enorme para a educação, para a saúde, para a segurança, para o emprego, para o acesso à energia, para o acesso à água, para a habitação, para o saneamento, mas também para a educação dos nossos jovens. Dizia a minha amiga Vitória Quacua, durante o African Caucus na Ilha do Sal, que o continente africano não está no lugar que deveria estar. E eu concordo. Mas se não está no lugar que devia estar, temos de mudar. Não podemos ficar onde estamos. Para não ficar onde estamos, o apelo é mudar. Temos de mudar. E para mudar, não podemos continuar a fazer da mesma forma. Temos de mudar a abordagem, sermos mais ambiciosos, novas atitudes, novas práticas, para fazermos mais com mais escala, para fazermos mais rápido, mas sobretudo com impacto nas nossas populações. A pandemia da Covid-19, mas também a guerra na Ucrânia, agravaram os desafios do nosso continente. Trouxeram novas exigências ao tema do emprego, da clivagem digital, da insegurança energética e alimentar, problema da dívida, da inflação, mas nada disso é relevante para assumirmos o nosso compromisso com os nossos jovens, com as nossas crianças e com as mulheres africanas. E, em boa verdade, caros amigos, caros africanos, ministros, nós temos em todo o mundo coisas belíssimas. Pontes, montanhas, vales, lagos, praias, edifícios. Mas eu não tenho dúvidas de que o mais belo de tudo e de todos são as pessoas. São os jovens, são as mulheres, são as crianças. E essas pessoas merecem o nosso investimento, o nosso engajamento, o nosso foco, para que possam ter condições para viver com dignidade e em dignidade. E, em boa verdade, não faz sentido que milhões de africanos não têm acesso à energia. Não se pode falar hoje de educação sem energia, sem água potável. Como é que se pode explicar hoje, nós, líderes africanos, que milhões de nossos conterrâneos não têm acesso à água potável, não têm acesso à energia, não têm acesso à educação, não têm acesso ao emprego e ao emprego jovem qualificado? Milhões de africanos jovens estão a procurar deixar o continente por falta de oportunidades. É fundamental que assumamos as nossas responsabilidades com o nosso continente, porque os parceiros podem ajudar, e o Banco Mundial tem ajudado muito nos últimos anos em matéria de capital humano. Aumentou o seu portfólio com o continente africano em matéria de capital humano para 8,9 bilhões de dólares americanos. Mais 9 bilhões para projetos ligados às mulheres. E também toda uma conexão dos projetos do Banco Mundial com o capital humano. Mas, mais uma vez, mesmo que o Banco Mundial triplique o seu portfólio de investimentos, se nós, africanos, não assumamos as nossas responsabilidades com a liderança para que tenhamos um continente africano mais democrático, mais transparente, para que protejamos os direitos das mulheres e garantamos a igualdade de género para que garantamos o acesso à educação, à saúde, à energia, a todas as crianças, a todos os jovens e a todos os adolescentes africanos, por mais que o Banco Mundial triplique o portfólio, os problemas vão continuar. Essa responsabilidade é nossa e ninguém pode substituir-nos neste quesito. O Banco Mundial é um parceiro, agradeço o grande engajamento do Banco Mundial, mas quero fazer um apelo às lideranças africanas que assumamos as nossas responsabilidades com o continente. É quase vergonhoso que milhões de africanos não têm acesso à energia. É quase vergonhoso que milhões de dólares americanos são transferidos para fora em financiamentos ilícitos, em corrupção, em pilhagem de recursos naturais, quando temos crianças, jovens e meninas a morrer de fome porque não têm acesso a bens básicos e a bens essenciais. Onde estamos, não podemos continuar. Temos de mudar. E a mudança não começa com o envelope financeiro, com o cheque. A mudança começa com a atitude, com comportamentos e com a mudança de abordagem em relação ao futuro do continente. Menos corrupção, corrupção zero. É preciso fechar as portas ao branqueamento de capitais, ao financiamento ilícito. É preciso fechar as portas à utilização indevida dos recursos naturais em África e colocar tudo isto ao serviço dos jovens africanos, das mulheres africanas e das meninas africanas. E assim, com mais envelope do Banco Mundial e de outros parceiros, conseguiremos atingir os objetivos. Este é o meu grande apelo. E olhar para o capital humano numa perspectiva holística, porque o nosso foco é a pessoa. A educação para a pessoa, a saúde para a pessoa, o emprego para a pessoa, o saneamento para a pessoa, conectividade para a pessoa, é a pessoa humana. É uma criança, um jovem, uma mulher, um africano. É para a pessoa é que nós temos de olhar para o tema do capital humano. Eu quero deixar esta nota que este é um dos temas mais importantes que estamos a debater. Eu incito o Banco Mundial, mas também a Tanzânia, a República Unida da Tanzânia e todos os países africanos a que continuemos a debater este tema. Porque se há tema importante para o futuro da África e do mundo, é o capital humano em África. É a dignidade da pessoa humana em África. É criarmos as condições para que cada africano possa ter o mínimo para viver com dignidade e em dignidade. Este é um tema que não nos pode deixar calados. E mais do que deixar calados, temos de agir. Se não estamos no lugar onde devíamos estar, temos de mudar. E para mudar, não basta apenas falar, temos de agir. Um apelo também à ação para que as coisas mudem no continente africano. E temos um continente que tem tudo. Tem recursos humanos, tem jovens, tem mulheres, tem recursos financeiros, porque nós somos exportadores líquidos de capital. Temos recursos naturais, a África é riquíssima. Temos um continente belíssimo do ponto de vista territorial. E temos parceiros a nível global, privados e públicos, para investir no continente africano. E, portanto, o que é que falta? Essa é a questão que não nos pode calar. O que é que falta? O que é que falta para fazermos a mudança? Para darmos o salto? Liderança, boa governação, transparência, responsabilidade, accountability. Este é o tema que nós temos de olhar com responsabilidade. E quero falar-vos de Cabo Verde, um pequeno estado insular arquipelágico, que há cerca de 45 anos já era considerado como um país inviável e que tem feito progressos importantes nos últimos anos. Nós garantimos o acesso à educação a todas as crianças de Cabo Verde, pago pelos contribuintes cabo-verdianos. Garantimos o acesso à saúde a todos os cabo-verdianos. Ao nível da energia, acesso à rede pública de energia cobre quase 90% das pessoas. E queremos rapidamente atingir os 100%. Água potável, 70% de todos os cabo-verdianos. E a nossa meta é atingir 100% até 2026 e até 2030. E o grande tema que nós queremos agora alcançar é, em 2026, com as medidas que estamos a tomar, eliminar a pobreza extrema em Cabo Verde. O ano não é mais importante, a ambição é que é importante. Nós queremos ser um país sem pobreza extrema, em que todos possam ter as condições para viver com dignidade e em dignidade. Para isso, nós já criamos uma taxa turística, onde nós vamos buscar os impostos para financiar esse combate. Montamos um sistema de cadastro social único, com o apoio do Banco Mundial, para sabermos quem é pobre, porque é que é pobre, onde que ele está, para que o Estado possa fazer política pública com justiça, com igualdade de oportunidades, com transparência. E estamos engajados, enquanto governo, para até 2026 eliminar a pobreza extrema em Cabo Verde. Eu convido a todos os meus colegas africanos que estão aqui, que abraçamos este desafio. Eliminar a pobreza extrema em África e reduzir a pobreza absoluta. Não se pode falar do capital humano com esses conceitos lindíssimos de empoderamento, capital humano, transição energética, transição digital e outros conceitos bonitos, quando temos milhões de africanos na pobreza e milhões de africanos na pobreza extrema, a viver abaixo do limite daquilo que é a dignidade da pessoa humana. Mais uma vez, a pessoa humana é que é importante e a pessoa humana é que conta. Eu quero desafiar o Banco Mundial para que, termino a minha intervenção neste ponto, para que anualmente organizemos um encontro dos ministros africanos, do setor, mas também da família e inclusão social, com o chefe de Estado, para discutirmos uma agenda para eliminar a pobreza extrema em África. Nós queremos, Cabo Verde, acolher este evento já em 2024. E podemos fazer um ano num país africano e no ano seguinte como um side event à margem das Assembleias Anuais do Banco Mundial e do Fundo Monetário Internacional. Para, analisarmos os resultados, quem está a ter bons resultados ou não, as melhores práticas, onde estamos, compromissos com a nossa sociedade e mais, accountability, transparência, prestação de contas, não apenas ao nosso país, mas a todo o continente africano e a todo o mundo. E quem não estiver em condições de fazer isto, não pode estar em condições de governar hoje. Se nós não temos um olhar para aqueles que mais precisam, não temos a legitimidade para estarmos a governar. E, portanto, quero desafiar o Banco Mundial para que organizemos periodicamente este evento. Cabo Verde quer acolher esse evento já em 2024, mas com foco na eliminação da pobreza extrema, olhar para as melhores práticas, para os resultados, mas, sobretudo, também estabelecer compromissos e engajamentos com o futuro para que a África possa ser um continente livre da pobreza extrema, livre da pobreza, para que cada africano possa viver com dignidade e em dignidade. Não há nada que nos possa fazer mais felizes. Ver que os africanos têm as condições para viver com dignidade e em dignidade. E o capital humano é o início e o fim de tudo. O desenvolvimento é para as pessoas e o desenvolvimento é feito pelas pessoas. Por isso é que esta conferência é muito importante e agradeço imenso essa oportunidade de estar aqui e com esta mensagem de otimismo. Temos desafios, somos capazes, temos a força, temos os recursos, precisamos de boa liderança, de boa governação, transparência, accountability e, sobretudo, sentido de compromisso com os nossos concidadãos, com os nossos países, com o nosso continente e com o mundo. Vamos conseguir e bem-haja esta conferência. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Correira, the Vice Prime Minister from Cape Verde, for your keynote speech. Our guest of honor, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Philip Isdori Mpango. Once again, thank you very much for officiating this technical session, which is a kickoff of the long-awaited Africa Human Capital Heads of State Summit 2023. We remain greatly honored for your time. We would now be happy and ready to allow you to proceed with the rest of your agenda. May I request all of us to please stand up as our guest of honor is leaving us. Can we put our hands together? Thank you so much. Truly appreciating your time. Thank you so much. Kindly be seated. We shall now proceed with the second part of the program. After the official launch of the kickoff of the summit, the technical bit, I would now like to invite Dr. Andrew Zabalen, the Chief Economist for the Africa region at the World Bank, who is coming to do a presentation on investing in people to transform African economies. Distinguished delegates, we can proceed to take our seats. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Andrew Zabalen. Karibu.
All right, distinguished guests, honorable ministers, all protocols observed. After those very inspiring speeches, it's going to be a hard act to actually get into this technical note, but here we are. What I wanted to start off by asking is, if you were to make a list of all the things that will actually influence the trajectory of African development in the next 20 or 30 years, it's hard to imagine a much bigger question than, say, demography. Just to fix ideas, let me give you a scenario, right? So this is a projection, and it is a prediction. It's not a hypothesis, but it's a prediction. So in our lives, we've kind of known two major centers of population growth, or centers of population, not necessarily population growth, but centers of population. And that's China and India. China, which until recently was the most populous country in the world, and India, which until recently was the second most populous, but a few months ago became the most populous country. So if you look at the graph on the left, you will see the projections for those two major centers of population in the world. China's population is already predicted to have peaked, and it is set for decline for quite a while. India's population is expected to peak in a few years and then decline for a while. But if you see the red line, that's Africa. Now, I know Africa is not a country, so I don't need to remind everyone here that Africa is not a country. But nonetheless, this is a scenario that this continent hasn't known for a long time, that it is going to be a major, major center of population in the world. If you look at the graph on the left, that is the projections for prime working population for the next several decades. Again, as you can see, the green line, which is China, has already peaked by 2020, the prime age population, and it is slated for a steep decline. And India is expected to peak in around 2030 and then have a decline. The one region that is going to have prime age population that is growing is, again, the African continent. And it's not expected, the prime age working population is not expected to decline or even peak until about 2100, several decades from now. So you've heard already that, in fact, we're going to get a doubling of the population in only about two and a half decades in. So this is the world that we're going to inherit. But let me give you another scenario. So look at this scenario. This is what China has achieved in 40 years by maximizing its demographic boom, right? So if you look at it doesn't matter whether you look at per capita or just straightforward, non-per capita. If you look at the scenario 3, China was able to increase its incomes 30 times in 40 years, from 1980 to 2020. Okay, 30 times. And by the way, in 1980, China was poorer than a lot of African countries are today. But it was able to increase its income 30 times and become one of the most powerful and rich economies and center of global growth. Now, I give scenario 2. The question, I guess, we all have to answer is, can Africa achieve those levels of growth? If Africa were to achieve China's levels of growth in the next 40 years, which is by the time we conclude the Agenda 2063 of Africa, could we get 30 times incomes of what we have now? Could we even get half? In which case, the GDP for Africa will actually increase by 6 times. And that's scenario 2. Or will it be status quo, which is what you see in the last, to the far right, which is basically just a doubling of income in 40 years. All right? So that will not be enough. It won't be sufficient. So you have this big demographic boom that is underway and it's about to come, and you have an opportunity to turn that into something incredibly powerful and give prosperity to populations in Africa. But there is nothing that is going to turn magically this large population into a very productive population. So you need 3 ingredients. One is investing in people, and you've heard a lot about that, and you're going to hear a lot more about that throughout the time we'll have at this conference. Investing in people, of course, starts really early. Can we move? So there are 3 things that go into human capital, right? There is survival of both children and mothers, of course. There is schooling, and particular quality of schooling. And there is health, especially preventing stunting of children. But it starts early. So as you heard a lot this morning, it's really, really important, if you want to maximize the benefits from human capital, it's really important to start really early, because investments in human capital take a long time to work their way through the system and to be realized in time. Here is an example of what I mean, right? We will not be able to get the types of transformation that China achieved with these levels of human capital. Right now in Africa, a child born today will have productivity at the time when they turn 18 of only about 40% of what they would actually were able to achieve if they had a full complement of health and education. By comparison, look at the graphs either in green or even yellow, which is Vietnam and China, East Asian countries. They have much higher levels of human capital. And they're able to utilize that human capital to turn them into really productive workers and labor force. We, at the moment, the best country in Africa, which is Mauritius, has only about 60% levels of productivity that they could have if they had provided complete education and health for its population. Learning quality is low, as you can see. Again, African countries have some of the lowest quality of learning. Next. Stunting levels are some of the highest in Africa. So as you can see, the lower, again, I'm giving these comparisons both for East Asian countries and Africa because I think it's clarifying in the sense in which what it will take to actually achieve the transformation in your economies if we want to utilize the big human capital or demographic bulge that we're going to get. There are many interventions that one can do in basically investing in human capital, and I think on these issues, both health and education, I think they're fairly well known, right? You start early, you do immunizations, you do prenatal care, you try and prevent prevalence of very, very deadly diseases like malaria and so on. In education, again, early childhood education, and you've had also many of you who have been in technical discussions yesterday also heard about the importance of nutrition, early nutrition in a child's cognitive development. But what I want us to think about today is to go beyond health and education and think about human capital as also involving learning on the job. And so it's really, really important to think about how to create jobs for this large demographic boom that the African continent is about to have. The second thing is, even if in fact African countries were successful in investing in human capital, both health and education, that will not be enough to get transformation. What you will need is well-functioning markets. And why are well-functioning markets that are also large important? They're important because well-functioning markets encourage entrepreneurship and creativity by rewarding innovative solutions and ideas. They also are the basis for job creation. Well-functioning markets create demand for specialized skills and knowledge. And well-functioning markets are those that are ensuring fair competition and protect against capture. So in a way, well-functioning markets that are very large also allow for diversification, and they tend to be very resilient, or they anchor resilient economies. That means well-functioning markets are the things that we need that create an environment where human capital investments are more likely to be rewarded and lead to positive outcomes for individuals, for businesses, and for societies as a whole. So I'm just giving you an example here of what well-functioning markets can be. So I gave you the examples of what China was able to achieve with its huge demographic population. And so you might wonder, well, that's really not a good analogy because African countries are 48 or 54, if you go all the way up north, and they are all fragmented, and so it's very hard to coordinate policies, to make decisions, right, and so on and so on. But you have a blueprint, and the blueprint is the African continental free trade. If African continental free trade can be implemented and can be made to work, you will have a larger market or larger market than India and China combined. Right? And you can see already some projections about how much poverty, in fact, this might be underestimates, how much poverty reduction you can get if you actually implemented African continental free trade. So these massive gains are possible with much larger markets that are well functioning. But in order to get large markets that are well functioning, that are safeguarded, you will need the third ingredient, which is to build institutions. Why do we really need good institutions? I don't need to actually explain that here, but I think it's important to remind ourselves, right? Good institutions give stability and predictability for business to make long-term investments in education, in skills, but also in entrepreneurship. They ensure rule of law and property rights, and they safeguard fairness and competition and reduce corruption. They also allow us to do long-term planning in order to be able to provide services that we need. So in the interest of time, here are the three ingredients that are necessary if African countries want to really maximize the demographic boom that is coming together. You need to invest in the people. You need really good institutions that will require really hard work to safeguard cooperation, long-term planning and predictability, and you need markets that are large, competitive, and integrated. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dublin. Can we put our hands together once again for him? For that provoking presentation, the ingredients are what we need right now, and I'm happy the way you've put them together, investing in people. This is what we are looking on to for the next 2 days, but also promoting mobility, integration, and markets, looking on to the African continental free trade as a potential bigger than India and China combined, but again, building institutions, and this again is what we're here for. Distinguished delegates, after that powerful presentation, I would like now to turn onto the session where we're going to have a moderation session, and I would like to invite the moderator, who will then introduce the panelists, looking onto science behind human capital. I would like to call to the podium Mr. Ian Solomon. Mr. Ian Solomon. Thank you so much. And he will then introduce his panel and take us through this wonderful panel looking onto the science behind human capital. Most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. all protocols observed. It really is an honor to be here. Thank you, Andrew DeBellin, for a thorough and thought-provoking presentation. In this first panel this morning, we want to look deeply at the first strategy that Dr. DeBellin identified, investing in people. And we want to consider why human capital, why now? Another way to frame that question could be why human capital rather than other competing investment priorities, and why now rather than addressing other development challenges first. We believe this summit will make that case based on the science behind human capital. I want to thank the government of Tanzania for hosting this important summit and applaud all of you for being here. And I want to recognize the World Bank Group for concerted efforts to highlight the critical role of human capital investments in promoting and sustaining economic growth, productivity, poverty reduction, social cohesion, and enabling citizens and all people to achieve their potential. This is an important conversation because of the choices and trade-offs faced by all of you, by policymakers, when assessing the range of priorities for public investment, whether it's infrastructure, security, energy, industrial promotion, environment, and more, and continued recovery from COVID. And given the long-term nature of human capital and the imperative to sustain investments often through economic and political cycles, this is a conversation to be prioritized. We are speaking not only about the future workforce and the future domestic markets of producers and consumers, but also the future citizenry, the future scholars and entrepreneurs, artists and scientists, and the future of leadership for the continent and for the world. Well, we have a very distinguished and learned panel today, which will look at several important dimensions of human capital, including the population of youth, nutrition, education, women's empowerment, national productivity. We will shine a light on gender, the potential demographic dividend, and on opportunities for business and the private sector. As we begin the conversation, I'd like to suggest two questions for all of us to keep in mind. The first is the question of quality. How do we ensure investments yield high-quality outcomes? The second question is about leadership, and I am the Dean of the School of Leadership and Public Policy at the University of Virginia in the United States. This question about leadership, which is an element of human capital, what is the type of initiative, courage, discernment, persistence, imagination required to achieve these results? Well, speaking of both quality and leadership, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our panelists. First is the Honorable Professor Adolf Mkenda, Minister of Education, Science, and Technology for the Government of Tanzania. A professor of economics at the University of Dar es Salaam, Professor Mkenda has served previously as Minister of Agriculture and as Permanent Secretary for Natural Resources, Tourism, Foreign Affairs, East Africa Cooperation, Industry, Trade, and Investment. Thank you for being with us and for the hospitality of your government and people for this summit. And I'm going to call up all of the panelists. So next we will have the Honorable Professor Njuguna Ndungu, Cabinet Secretary for Kenya, responsible for the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Prior to his appointment as Cabinet Secretary, Professor Ndungu was the Executive Director of the African Economic Research Consortium. He is a Professor of Economics at the University of Nairobi and a former Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. Welcome. Next, we have the Honorable Lariba Zuwera Abudu, Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection in Ghana. Welcome. Minister Abudu was previously the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Northern Development Authority in Ghana. She's educated in special education, leadership, and development. Next, we have my friend, Dr. Donald Kaberuka, who likely needs no introduction in this room, formerly the President of the African Development Bank and also Minister of Finance and Economic Planning in Rwanda. Dr. Kaberuka is also co-chair of the United Nations Secretary-General High-Level Panel on Internal Displacement. He's the African Union's High Representative for the Peace Fund and board chair of the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria. Dr. Kaberuka is managing partner at Southbridge with a strong focus on developing infrastructure and policies to strengthen African institutions. Welcome, Dr. Kaberuka. Finally, last but not least, is Sheikh Omar Saidi, currently the Director for Africa for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Mr. Saidi was previously with the World Bank Group's International Finance Corporation as Regional Director for Africa and Global Director for Human Resources. He has been very involved with multiple private sector investments and philanthropy in African human capital. Welcome, Mr. Saidi. And for today's panel, I will ask each panelist a different question to start. And after that round, we will have a broader conversation on several core themes of human capital. Time permitting, we'll take a question or two from the audience. And I'm going to join the panelists there, but first I'll start my question to Professor Mkenda. I'd like you to, if you're willing, to address the importance issues of early childhood development and nutrition. Human capital investments begin at or even before birth. Nutritional and educational investments made in utero and in the first 3 years of life are associated with long and productive lives for people. Yet, government investments in those early years have been disproportionately small. The question that I'd like you to kick off this discussion with is how can governments be encouraged to make investments in early childhood development and on infant and child nutrition? Thank you, Dr. McKenna.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Just to start with, I think as the earlier presentation, when we talk about human capital, we are not just talking about the number of people. We are talking about what has been invested in people to make them more productive. Education is more important, as much as health, nutrition, and so on. Within education system, we know preschool is very important. Early childhood education is very important as a foundation for future education, to make kids able to cope with school activities going forward. It is true that early childhood education has not received generally across the continent as much attention as primary education going forward. But it is imperative that we increase our investment in that area. The biggest challenge is that schools must be within the vicinity of households so that the kids that have to go to school can easily attend the schools and come back. In Tanzania, for instance, in order to facilitate this, we have started to have special classes that are actually outside the main schools to bring them closer to the population so that it will be easier to transport them to school and come back, what we call in Kiswahili shule shikizi. That is, you have a primary school in one area, but you can actually have classes run by that primary school, but even closer to areas of locations of high-density populations. It's a big challenge because we need to increase investments in terms of infrastructure and also in terms of training, the people will handle that. But for sure, if we really want to achieve in education, we must increase our investments in early childhood education.
Thank you, Professor Mkenda. I'd like to now reach out to Minister Ndungu from Kenya. Let's talk about the demographic dividend or divergence. Africa's population, as we heard from Dr. de Bellin, is expected to be youthful throughout much of this century. And for many countries in the past century, youthful populations have been accompanied by increased prosperity. As Africa remains youthful, the rest of the world will be aging rapidly. By 2050, 1 out of every 3 people under 30 will be in sub-Saharan Africa. This means the demand for youth will be much higher outside of Africa. What does Africa need to do to maximize human capital utilization and realize the productive potential of its youthful demography?
Thank you very much, and I'm quite happy to be here and to be in this session. And in fact, yesterday I was asking myself this question, why now? Why are we concerned about the human capital development now? After almost 60 years in the average of African countries, the development planning period, why are we still now focusing on human capital development? But let me go back to the issue that you raised about demographic dividend. And when you look at even when Andrew was presenting, he's actually showing that the graph will start picking up at 2050 for Africa. And in a sense, I think I've seen several papers that are looking into this. In 2008, there was still a projection or a forecast showing that Kenya itself, for example, will actually achieve a demographic dividend in 2050. But somehow, we may need to come back and reinvest or look at the numbers again. Because we made an assumption that there will be, mortality rates will be declining, and so it means that the health indicators will be improving. But just, if you look at just that alone, if you look at the last 3-4 years, what has happened in Africa, it's actually devastating even to look at the health indicators. For example, the COVID-19, the second, the devastating climate change and drought has actually reversed the efforts of poverty reduction and even inequality to the last, perhaps just taken us like 20 years back. In a sense, you're actually saying the investment in those areas, especially in health indicators, is actually challenged. That's one. The second thing is that we anticipated that there will be better nutrition outcomes. But you can see when you talk about nutrition and poverty, you actually are showing that something somehow in this decade, the starting of this decade, we are challenged. And that is the anticipation that the dependency rate will decline so that there will be massive employment. And so the people who are young and old, as a proportion in terms of the total, the labor force will be just greater than that. And so it means that we can actually ask ourselves, is the timing correct now? But let me say, what is it that creating my impression that there is pessimism in achieving this demographic dividend? First, let me say that just like Andrew, for me, I'm very concerned about institutional quality. Going forward, and even if you look at the last 20 years, the institutional quality in African countries, you can actually talk about actually declining institutional quality. The second thing is availability of productive employment. We have had several programs working with, for example, Latin America and even the Brookings, looking at even the youth unemployment. What may have happened? But what may have happened is that the youth unemployment comes in because there is a missing middle here. I looked at African economies for the last couple of years, and I could see that there was a massive expansion of primary school education and secondary school education and high school education. That's at the university level. In fact, today, there is a premium for you having a degree to the point where the crooked guys buy one because there is a premium for the degree. But what happened in some countries is that they destroyed the middle. That is the technical and vocational training, the TVET. We call it the TVET. In a sense that you get to the university, you don't get a job, and then if you went to a TVET, you would actually get to, and the majority of the people are dropping out. That is what I'm calling the missing middle. And we have to go back and ask ourselves, how can we reverse this? I've seen that, for example, in Kenya, they have started amnesty to reduce this. Because this is something that could have helped us in terms of focusing on the 2050 in terms of the demographic dividend. Actually, this is also something that we have covered with Brookings and wider. We studied 7 countries. We call them the 7 African lions. And we wanted to show that these countries have the potential to lead the way, but they are not leading the way. What is happening? And the summary point is also consistent with what Andrew has explained. What is happening to the institutions? What is happening to their markets? And what is happening to the Human Capital Development Index in terms of the way we anticipate it would go? And this is quite consistent with what I was saying. So the picture I'm painting is actually to show exactly what is happening. Let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ndungu. And I want to come back to 2 of your themes when we come back to the next round. This question of pessimism in the demographic dividend and also vocational training in connection to labor markets. But first I'd like to, since you're talking a lot about the increase in investments in education, is turn now to Mr. Sadie. Talk about the quality of learning. Because yes, Africa, like much of the developing world, has made enormous progress in sending more children to school and building more schools. Unfortunately, the quality of education remains low across much of the continent, which lowers the human capital impacts of education. And of course, the learning loss during the pandemic further adds to that problem. How can countries improve their education systems to improve the quality of education? And how can digital technologies and platforms be used to improve student learning and to better prepare them for the future world of work? Mr. Sadie?
Thank you, Ian. Good morning, everyone. Very delighted to be here. Let me start with 3 very important things, very simple, that need to happen for the quality that you talked about to happen. First, you need to have teachers that are well trained that show up in school. And then you have children who are learning that also show up. And the third element is having the right curriculum. Now, these 3 things seem very, very simple, but unfortunately, they do not always happen. Today, 9 out of 10 boys and girls cannot actually read by the time that they reach age 10. And I insist on the word cannot. And that's in sub-Saharan Africa. In contrast, if you look at high-income countries, 9 out of 10 children can, and that's the difference, read by the time that they reach age 10. And this is where the problem begins. And this is why we are very focused on starting with the base. A lot of things can be fixed later on, but we strongly believe that it starts at the primary school level. And this is where foundational learning is critical in terms of trying to make sure that you have the quality that you need at that base, and then you use that base going forward. And as you think about that quality, I just want to talk about 3 proven solutions that we are advocating in terms of making sure that that quality is there. It starts with structured pedagogy, where you have an approach that enables you and help teachers to have the right kind of training and also the right materials in the classroom. And then the next thing is making sure that you have differentiated instruction. So you could have children in the classroom being in the same grade, but not necessarily at the same level in the different topics that they look into. And this is where you have to have programs that are catered by level so that they can learn the right way and grow as they learn. And the third element is remediation. And this was particularly acute during the COVID time when you need additional instructions, additional time for those children who are left behind, who were not able to be in a classroom when they were supposed to actually have that opportunity. And a lot of this is documented in the book, the Smart Buys report, which was put together by a number of experts who were looking at just some of these basic things that you need to do in order to enhance the quality of learning. And then on the second part of the question that you were asking, educational technology, which we call EdTech. Now, to be realistic, I want to use the word can. So it can actually make a difference, particularly when we talk about the issues of accessibility, of affordability and quality, which are some of the basic barriers that we found in the field of education. And I use the word can simply because it does depend on the kind of infrastructure you have. Because today, very clearly, because of the fact that the smartphones, tablets, and other means are more available than they used to, it allows and makes it more possible to reach the communities that are basically remote communities and the ones that are not very easy to reach. And so that's the future. To the extent that those are put in place, it allows for scaling and to reduce the significant gap I've been talking about. So I'll stop here and hand it over back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sadi. Minister Abudu, I'd like to turn to you now, and I'm so glad you're here with us today from Ghana. And I'd like to ask you about women's empowerment and outcomes. The already low investment in human capital is even lower for girls and women, which is reflected in lower educational outcomes during adolescence and beyond, in lower labor market outcomes throughout women's working lives, and often in reduced agency and voice in their homes and societies. What can countries do to improve these outcomes for women in Africa?
Thank you for having me, and all protocol observed. I want to limit myself in 3 key points: education, health, and entrepreneurial skills for women. Why education? Education is the bedrock of every life in any country. One philosophy says, if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate the whole nation. And I cannot testify in this room that all the women that are in this room are well educated and they are still learning. Learning is a process, everyday process. If you are educating the girl child, educate the adult child, and educate the old child, who we are. Because the girl child needs to learn from the adult child. The adult child needs to learn to the older child. You don't have to limit it. It's a process and experience. We are here. A lot of women are going to gain experience. I'm going to gain experience from my colleagues, and that will help me translate into my country. Another key point, let's make education accessible to all, no matter your disability, no matter who you are. And in Ghana, the government have introduced a lot of school growing activities that retain children in school, especially the school feeding exercise that we are doing, which has targeted 3.8 million students. And it has given jobs to 30,800 caterers. And these caterers buy the food from the farm gate, and the farmer has also benefited. Economically, women have been empowered. So it is something other countries can look at. The free senior high school, where everybody's in school, you don't pay fees, you are giving laptops, you are giving bags, you are giving everything for free. So now we have a lot of girls in school as well as boys in school. So we have to build on an introduction of innovation technologies. Now it has come to stay. We need to introduce ICT in our schools. So if you look at Ghana, we have opened ICT labs in most of the schools. And we have also opened science schools that we call the STEM school, that every region have a STEM school. And in most cases, they are only girls that attend those schools. So definitely, we'll have the nurses, we'll have the midwives, we'll have the doctors, and we'll have the nutritionists from those schools. So other countries too can leverage on that. We should also look at registry. We should target registry that will give us data for the poor girls. And this can formulate policies for government to subsidize whatever their needs are. So let's use the registry data to emphasize on women empowerment. Health, reproduction, let's look at that one too. What do we do? At the early stage, the child needs to be taught about the reproductive system, how it works. The adult needs to be taught when she starts the conception period, how the body changes, and devices. Also, let's look at the old age. When we grow old, our hormonal system changes in us. You have the hot flash, you have your hair coming out, and in some African countries, people term it to be witchcraft. And these are targeting the vulnerable women, and this will not yield to productivity. So we need to also train all these women to know about changes in their body. And we also have to bring education to the doorstep of the people, where we have to build more schools. We have to move away from theory and look at the practical aspect of teaching. China, they have developed because the people are taught practically. They feel it, they touch, they use it, and they produce something. Africans should look at that and also emulate those things. Our healthcare system should also be brought to the doorstep of our communities, where at least a woman pregnant will not, especially somebody who has no the money to travel to bigger city, will have access to health facility within their locality. Then let's also try to educate people on harmful practices in our communities. Where a woman is pregnant and they say you don't have to go to hospital because they will say it's not for your husband, it's for somebody. So they turn to the traditional birth attendants, and later on they have issues. But in Ghana, we have trained the traditional birth attendants and have given them kits so that if the women come there and they are able to deliver them, they will refer them back to hospital for more access. Entrepreneurial skills, the TVET, where technology is being taught, skills are being taught in schools. In my areas, I've realized that a lot of girls who go to the vocational training and are taught fashion designing, clothing, pastries and all those, when they come out, they don't wait for the formal job. They start business on their own. So before they get other jobs or they continue their education, they have been empowered with some funding. So we have to leverage on entrepreneurial skills and also educate a lot of women on that. A lot of women go through practice like you don't owe a land. How do we leverage on that? I think women in this room can testify that me and you can own lands. We can own our husband because we are educated, and nobody would fault us for that. So education is key in building a human capital outcome. I will leave it here and wait for more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Mbuda. Dr. Kaberuka, I'd like you to address the issue of human capital and productivity. And there are two parts to the question. How can we effectively invest in human capital development to enhance productivity and economic growth in today's rapidly changing and technologically advanced world? And second, what policies or strategies can be implemented to bridge the skills gap and promote lifelong learning opportunities, ensuring that individuals have the necessary capabilities to adapt to evolving job requirements and contribute to productivity going forward?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ian. Good morning, colleagues. First of all, let me say that the presentation by the chief economist was excellent. It raised all the issues, so thank you. But also, colleagues have made points here which I agree with, so I don't have to repeat them, because I agree with all of them. I've just have a couple of points to make, and I'll be brief. The chief economist pointed to China and the way they have got everything right. I actually think the best example for us here in Africa is not even China. It is another small country, the south of Ethiopia, and that is Vietnam. So to give you an idea, the GDP of Vietnam in 1993 was just about $14 billion, $14 billion. The GDP of Vietnam today is just about $500 billion. $500 billion, from 14 to 500 in 30 years. Now, we can decide what has happened there, but those of you who are my age will remember images in the late 70s and the early 80s of people who are called the Vietnamese boat people. Do you remember? They were fleeing Vietnam in rickety boats, trying to get to Australia, like some people tried to cross the Mediterranean. It was the same. And that is not a long time ago. I was at school. But look, they've gone from 14 billion to $500 billion. Now, if you look at what is the secret, it's exactly the chief economist, what he was saying. The way they invest in human capital, plus attracting foreign direct investment. If you look at the structure of the exports of Vietnam, you'll find that about 40% of all the Samsung products are made in Vietnam. So, human capital, and you attract FDI, foreign direct investment. And so, what have they done to attract FDI? That is a question you have to answer. Human capital is one of them. But I was there about a month ago. I found also that they've reduced malaria incidence by almost 70%. Malaria in a tropical country by 70% because of investing in basic health systems. Nothing very sophisticated. They've taken a huge advantage of digital. And also, luckily for them, they have relatively cheap energy. But the key issue has been human capital and attracting foreign direct investment, because that's how you create jobs. But here is an issue which we are not discussing enough, and I want you to, in the next 2 days, to take a careful look at it. Because foreign direct investment, we're all competing for it. But the first thing people look at is how stable the countries are. Stability of the countries. Now, Latin America missed the demographic dividend. I don't know if Professor Njuguna maybe later can say about this. Why? It was a very unstable continent. Debt crisis, macroeconomic instability, political instabilities, and they missed it. All right? And so it is very important we link up all these things together. And I'm glad you are raising the issue of institutions, because good institutions mean stability. I am on another panel, Ian, set up by the Secretary General of the UN on the Sahel. There's 100 million people in the Sahalan countries. It's called the International Panel on Security and Development in the Sahel. Now, many of those countries in the Sahel have actually not in the free trade area. They have the highest form of integration possible. One currency, one central bank. So even integration on its own is not adequate. It is the secular instability of the Sahel which makes it difficult to attract foreign direct investment, even when you have one currency or something below it, maybe a common market. And so it is vitally important that we invest in human capital, but also in the environment which will make these young people prosper, which will make investment to be attracted. I mentioned Vietnam, but I can mention a few other countries in that region where the GDP has multiplied almost are the same magnitude because they are getting the dividend right. Now, two more small points in. I don't know how to say this because one of them is a bit controversial. Is that I think too many of our senior policymakers are too distracted by issues around natural resources. They are distracted by looking for oil, gas, diamond, cobalt, whatever it is. And I do believe that probably this policy destruction is in DI. I wish it was given to human capital development. Because in that case, actually even the issue of natural resource will be managed by the S&P. But if the attention of leaders focus too much on these things under the soil, all right, there's less attention to the resource which matters most, which is, of course, human capital. Now, the final point, I think, is controversial, Ian, so I don't know how to say it. If you look at sub-Saharan Africa alone, a concept I don't like very much, by the way. I don't like it very much. It's an artificial artifact to divide Africa into south of the Sahara, north of the Sahara. But since in the World Bank, this is a concept you use, I hope you'll abandon it one day. Because the countries I'm working on in the Sahel, a country like Mali, Niger, Chad, you never know, what are they? Because the word Sahel in Arabic, I live in Tunisia a bit, so I know a bit of Arabic. The word Sahel means a bridge, a border, a barrier. I hope my Arabophone friends here can correct me. I like to call it a bridge, but that's not the point. The point is that about 60% of all Africans live in about 6 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. 60%. So Mauritius can make progress, but how many are they? All right? But there are some big demographic densities where things will have to happen, because those are the engines. So the lack of Nigeria, Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania here, South Africa, DRC, because these demographic densities are absolutely important, because they act as engines, as multipliers, but also they so can, I think, make progress. So I'm optimistic, because everything to be done has been said, whether it is quality education, health systems, all that we know. We should just get about and do it. However, it is important that if the free trade area were very hard working to make sure it succeeds, we create also a stable, peaceful institution which can attract foreign direct investment from countries who have got surplus capital. Now, there's one thing the chief economist could have said, but I'm going to say it for him. Please forgive me. You see, because of those demographics in the world, the countries we call the global north, they have got a glut of savings. Savings are accumulating. A country like Japan, even if the central bank puts interest at -3, the savings are increasing because of demographic shifts. But they are looking for a return. Now, that return cannot be available in countries like ours. This is what the return is. All right? So, on one side, there's a glut of savings, very low returns, because of what they perceive to be the risk for us in the global south. So, the combination of making sure we have got stable environments, macroeconomic stability, political stability, is precisely to reduce the risk, which will enable us to attract the savings as investment to create jobs arising from this demographic dividend, which, by the way, lasts for a very short period of time. It goes away in about 40 years. So you have to catch it before it disappears. But thank you very much. These are my small contributions.
Thank you, Dr. Kaberuka. Since you came back to the demographic dividend, and it's one of the questions that Professor Ndungu had started with, I'd actually would like each of you to reflect for a moment on, are you optimistic or pessimistic about this dividend? If you're optimistic, why? And if you are pessimistic, what would have to change to make you optimistic? And Professor Ndungu, since you raised the question, I'm going to start with you, and then I'll go to Mr. Nkenda and go to, actually, Professor Nkenda, you ready to start? Or do you want President Ndungo to answer his own question first?
Okay. I was wondering, because when you switched to green, it talks. Now it was refusing to do that. Thank you very much. And I can tell you about the optimism, because I do believe that listening to yesterday and today, we have every reason to say, look, don't anticipate that everything has been going on well. We have had this critical mind in terms of trying to understand what is really happening. But let me offer two factors for this optimism that I do have. First is, I do believe, and this is something that I've heard for a long time, that growing the middle class is the one that is going to help us in terms of reversing this trend, especially the demographic dividend, the peace dividend, and all the dividends that you can think about. And that is something that we believe that the institutional quality and functioning markets is going to support. It's going to boost that middle class. Let me say this. For example, the new administration in Kenya has emphasized bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We call it BETA. The whole issue is, why bottom-up? Because so many people have been left behind and they have sunk into abject poverty. Why economic transformation? It's because capital accumulation, and that is consistent with what President Kaberuka has just said, the whole issue about capital accumulation is very, very important. And you can close the gap using, for example, foreign direct investment or even debt to try and grow the capital accumulation. But it has to get to thresholds that are going to ignite economic transformation. But we haven't managed to do that. That's why I'm saying the middle class is the one that can help us in terms of doing that. Why do I say this? First, they have a preference for peace. Second, they are the innovative group, and they are the investors at the domestic level. And of course, their consumption levels on average are much higher. And they are keen for markets to work. They are keen for markets to work because essentially, this is what I believe, that if markets are functioning, they are going to encourage growth, increased production and even productivity downstream, and especially for African farmers, smallholder farmers. And what you see upstream is actually increased incomes. That for me is a very, very critical factor, and is one basis of my optimism. The second one is actually going back to the drawing board in terms of nutrition, hunger, and even school feeding programs. Yesterday, we were presented with massive facts of showing that the first 1,000 days are very, very important for nutrition. But let's face it, African cities, arid and semi-arid areas, what they suffer most from is actually hunger. And I've seen that school feeding programs, in some cases where it has worked in Kenya, has actually increased enrollment rates in a very big percentage. So it means that will raise the enrollment, but it's also going to promote retention. Actually, urban poverty is actually pervasive in most African cities. And so it is a drag in terms of human capital development indicators. We believe that, but perhaps that's where there are incomes, but actually the poverty side is very, very important. I've seen studies that are linking school feeding programs to smart agriculture and to climate change. You can imagine that for itself, in terms of that linkage, is going to be very, very important. And that is why I'm actually saying that it offers some sense of optimism from me, from my end. Those 2 points are very, very critical for me.
Thank you. Professor Mkenda.
Am I optimistic about Africa harnessing demographic dividend? I have qualified optimism, and a lot will depend on how we move forward from here. Sometimes we think it's just about the size of the market, therefore continental free trade area. Maybe size matters. How about Mauritius and Botswana in terms of population and the market size? And of course, Kaberuka said, well, I think sometimes we are focusing on natural resources, thinking that will take us forward. And then how about Korea, South Korea, and other countries? So let me digress and take a little bit of history very quickly and see the significance of this meeting and moving forward from here as Africa. It's commonplace to compare a country in Africa and a country in Southeast Asia in 1960s, Ghana, Tanzania, Kenya, and we look at the GDP and we find that they are almost at par. And that now we compare them and find that in terms of GDP, we are far apart. The problem with that comparison is a failure to look at differences in human capital accumulation at the baseline. What did they have in 60s in terms of human capital? Forget about the GDP. And how did they continue to invest and sustain high investment in human capital going forward? You cannot just compare two countries in terms of GDP. South Korea with thousands of years of statehood and also investments in human capital. So when we gained independence, there was that far cry, and I think it was Nkrumah who said, seek political kingdom first and everything will follow. And we recognize things like importance of education and health, dealing with poverty. Those were three key issues we were determined to address. So investments in education start to pick up. In Tanzania, for instance, we did not have a university. 1961, we gained independence, but we established quickly a university college in Dar es Salaam with 14 students. We start to build schools and try to have literacy rate for all the population. Going forward to 1980s with structural adjustments. I'm an economist, and I know Kaberuka is, and Professor Njuguna. But I'll talk about the World Bank. They came to us and say, return to education is so small, and therefore with the trickle-down economics, we should not waste too much time, resources in these activities that do not have high returns. We should reorganize the economy, and you lift the ship and all the boats will be lifted together. And we actually cut down on expenditure in education because we look at the returns to education. And the fallacy of that is that we are focusing on 2, 3, 4, a decade, years, instead of looking at intergenerational impact of capital accumulation that is the country like Korea and Taiwan had by 1960s when we tried to compare the two countries. When I talk to my colleagues from the World Bank, I say, when I see you focusing on human capital now, I'm so happy, and I know you're atoning for the sins of the World Bank bureaucrats in the 1980s and Bretton Woods. If we leave this summit with a commitment to continue to invest in education and other dimensions of human capital and sustain that investment, I'll have reasons to be optimistic about harnessing demographic dividend. If we allow the pendulum to keep shifting left and right and left and right, I think optimism will be misplaced. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mkunda. Very, very powerful, and I appreciate the emphasis on intergenerational impact. We are very tight on time, so I'm going to offer the final three panelists, if they have a comment on their optimism or pessimism, very briefly, we'd love to hear it.
Hello. I think I want us to look at inter-country trade. Let's leverage on that so that we can trade among ourselves within African countries. We can also look at exporting our human resources that we have within our various countries. If Tanzania needs nurses that Ghana can produce, why not? If Tanzania have doctors that Ghana need, why can't we do that? Intertrade women in mining, what percentage do we know? What is the data of women in mining? How do we train them in risk factors in mining sectors? So we have to look at all those things holistically and come out with African solutions. I'm also looking at, in Ghana, we have something that we call Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty. That's the LEAP program. And this program actually targeted the extreme poor within our communities. And women are majority. And then on one of the payment sessions, I went with my officers and we met a woman who lost a husband, left her with 6 kids. 2 of the boys were taken by the uncle, leaving her with 4 of the girls. They were dropouts from school. So we enrolled her on the LEAP program. Then the first payment of cash transfer, she went and bought guinea fowl eggs from the community, stood by the roadside, and she was selling. Now, she's the biggest woman selling eggs in that community. And she has been able to send her children back to school. And the last time I met her, she said, do you know, I now have suitors. They are coming for me. But I say, I want to take care of my children first. I said, oh, why not look at one and pay? She said, no, when they come, they will take my capital and they will eat my eggs. So she has built herself, she has empowered herself economically. And she now knows her right. We need to provide laws to protect women in businesses, women, girls in school. We need to get laws that will protect them. So I would like to say, let's look at inter-country trade, where there shouldn't be barriers, where we can all trade within ourselves. The ECOWAS trade, we should emphasize on it, and also try to bridge the gap between women. Looking at us sitting here, there's a gender disparity, because only one woman against how many men? So we need to look at that. Always, women, let's pull our colleagues women along, and one day we'll be there. Thank you so much.
Final words from Dr. Kaberuka and Mr. Sadie.
So it is whether I'm optimistic or pessimistic.
Yeah, but
no, I think we have no choice. That will be my answer. It is something we have to do. And here are my 2 reasons. How many people in this room would know that at the turn of the last century, 1900, actually, European population was bigger than the entire African population? Maybe that's why we're even colonized, because they were almost double our size. The numbers at the time around 1900 were around 150 million people, or thereabouts. And Europeans were more than us. Okay. But around 1950, numbers began to even, but African population bypassed the European around begin 2000. What is the importance of this? Is that throughout history, when you have had this kind of big demographic shifts, there are only 2 solutions. Solution number 1 is massive investment of the type I've been discussing to get to double-digit growth, to create jobs for the people. The second solution, historically again, is out-migration. How can you explain that 60% of Argentinians are Italians? It's because Italy was facing a huge demographic bulge, but there are no jobs for the Italians. So off they went. This is how they're in Argentina, 4 million of them in New York. Now, because of these issues around migration dynamics, it is most likely, as it is now, that a lot of African migrants would migrate to other African countries in the context of African single market. Hence the powerful point the chief economist was making about the importance of the free trade area. And so, for us, if this demographic dividend is not to disappear, we have to invest within our countries and also within the region. Now, just for somebody who is not from the field, I just have an offer, a thought here. One thing the Asians have done, Professor, is that they have not targeted so much input into education system. You know, gross enrollment. It is about learning outcomes all the time. They target learning outcomes. So, for example, if kids leave secondary school, they still don't have what it takes. That education continues even at work. And so I think where we can make a big impact on our education systems is to leverage digital. We never have enough teachers, but digital is available for all of us. Number two, target outcomes so that the kids coming out of the education systems are able to take advantage of this dividend. But I agree with you, Professor. I think we have talked about these things far too much. We know what to do. We know what has to be done. And I think it is time just to get around and do it. That was makes me optimistic.
When you have a panel with a bunch of professors and PhDs, you learn a lot. It's like going to school. Mr. Sadie, I'm going to give you the last word.
Thank you. So, I am a development professional. I've been for a number of decades. I cannot afford to be pessimistic, particularly when I think about what is at stake and the prospects that I also see in where we're going. So we just need to make sure to watch that dependency ratio as we think about whether you want to leverage that demographic dividend. When I think about the availability of job platforms, the matching platforms that enables that potential to be leveraged. When I think about the prospects of the free trade agreement with roughly about 15 or 20% of intertrade, I mean, and just that gap that needs to be filled. When I think about, we were together at the Mo Ibrahim Summit governance when we read that report that was just giving a lot of information about our countries, with 6 of them being among the top, looking at the top 10, 6 of them being among the fastest growing countries, and then the growth prospects after that in the coming years. It's about leveraging those potentials and advocating and working hard to make sure that those potentials are there. And perhaps I'll end with one thing that has been, and it's very dear to my heart, and I think that we don't talk enough about. When I think about this world where, as we engage with our respective countries with the reduced fiscal space, there's a lot of conversation about just going back and asking for more money. And I think that that journey for self-reliance is important. And one of those, when I look at our debt situation, which makes it extremely difficult to put anything aside in order to leverage those potentials I'm talking about. And in that report, I remember talking about the total debt of sub-Saharan Africa being equivalent to what you have in just one country in Europe, which is Belgium. And then when you think about our countries in general, if your debt to GDP ratio is going north of about 60%, alarm bells start coming. And there are countries like Japan where it's over 200%, but never make the headlines simply because of their ability to go and finance themselves. And what I'm getting at is really the advocacy needed to really put the credit rating agencies at task. Yes, it is set by the market in terms of that, but if you look at disproportionately, that is something that is coming over and over again, where you go into debt restructuring and know that the next restructuring is just 4 years away. So this is an issue that also needs to be looked into. So in other words, my whole value proposition here is that there are things that are gives us the potential to leverage in order to make that optimism a reality. Thank you.
Let's leverage the potential to achieve the qualified optimism of Professor Mkenda. Please join me in thanking this wonderful panelists.
Can we give a bigger round of applause, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much, Mr. Solomon. As he had mentioned earlier, Solomon is Dean and Professor at the University of Virginia, Frank Burton School of Leadership and Public Policy. Thank you so much for that powerful moderation. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going on to the next session where we're going to learn about connection between people and infrastructure and better human capital outcomes. Allow me now to bring to the podium Diebedo Francis Kere, founder of Kere Architecture and the Kere Foundation, who is also a Pritzker Prize winner in the architecture for the year 2022. As he comes to the stage, can we put our hands together? He's here. Karibu-san.
Good morning. Good morning. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is my very first time to speak in front of an African minister. So, but now we have many of them here. So, please, if I am not too respectful, apologize myself. But I can tell you, I even spoke inside the Vatican. Yes, I did it. And so I'm standing in front of you with mixed feelings. I am home, but I don't know if, I will be respectful enough. So we have some problems with the clicker. We have heard today that in less than 3 decades, our continent will see his population double. Less than 30 years. Actually, already now, our leaders are struggling to find infrastructure. Okay. So, struggling to create infrastructures. And therefore, they're looking for partners. So, in search of partners, they're working with everybody. You know this picture. So, and there is a debate. Who is the right partner for our continent? Who is the ideal partner? So I don't want to waste time with that. It appears, according to discussion, that China is too present in our continent, dominant. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not qualified to discuss about who is the best partner. I just want to say thank you to the World Bank to having given me this opportunity to talk to you. And thank to all those that get me here. So I was born in this village, Gando, Burkina Faso. It's a poor village. And I grew up with that kind of architecture. And I went to school. This is my classroom. I sat with more than 150 other kids. And it was very hot. And there was no light inside while we had the sunlight. You understand, growing in a place like this, you as a kid always have the dream to make things better. So it doesn't took me long, thanks to this school, that I grabbed a scholarship to go to Germany to study. It was great that the German government gave me this opportunity. I started
and I found Germany was a paradise. So I decided to do my high school degree when I was 30 years old. I did it, and I started to study architecture. And, you know, after 2 years, I had the feeling I had enough. You know, I was good. So I wanted to go back home and create a school in my village. So I went back home to create the primary school of Gando. I told to my people, if you want to create something that is good for us, is to use the material we know the best, which is clay. And I convinced, okay, let me say, I happened to convince my community to help build the school. And so we did it. So even older men, you know, our older men, they are great, and we don't let them work, but it was helping me. The women for sure. What I applied was a technology. I was using clay, the same clay that my people knew. I added cement to create bricks that look like you can see. And we built this school out of mud, rebars, and metal sheet as a roofing. Inside, I create a ceiling. All material from 100 meters. From 100 meters from the side. I applied even so-called primitive techniques in the classroom, and I get the community work. Someone said here today is the minister from Ghana about great things about the women. This is true. If the women stand behind you, you will always succeed. So the women in Gando help create a clay floor. It helped us save money. But what I was doing is to try to get people to touch the material, you know, even techniques, to create a simple vault using the same bricks. And I will jump on the top of every single mock-up to show to my people, guys, it is working. And so people trust in techniques. And so we could build, we keep building, creating shapes of building inside, looking good for the people and creating comfort for the kids. It doesn't take long. People realized what we was doing was something unique. And so they approached me to ask if I can help them do their project. So while doing their project, we still need infrastructures in Gando. Here, a library. So I'm looking always for alternative in the continent. Here, clay pots that I will use to create openings, you know, for ventilation and light inside a library. Kids can sit there and use books in a very safe environment. Teachers has their little corner. So this is my village today. It's still growing. You have to know that I was raising the fund to do it at the beginning. Now I can work somewhere else and bring the money. What I don't have is time to invest anymore in the village. Money is not a big issue. And so left, you see the primary school where it's already green, and then lower you see there is a high school that I'm still building, and you see what I'm doing as an effort to create greenery, create an oasis, planting trees. It's not just building, it's creating a place that are comfortable for kids to stay. I'm planting trees, the way you can see, and then I'm trying to save what nature is giving to us, because we are almost at the middle of the desert. And so other people then push me, asking me to do their project, and every time I have time, I'll go to do. Here, a little example. In this project, we started with the high school degree, high school building, and now it has become a campus, a BIT, they call it, Burkina Institute of Technology. Of course, learning from the US. Why not? But then, built with material from Burkina Faso. Look at laterite. This is the way we extract it. A naturally available material, but rejected sometimes because we don't know how to improve it. And I'm using it. We cut it to make it look modern, but it's regular. And then with my team, we decided to use available wood to create a facade. Let's call it brise soleil, creating a shape that will protect the buildings against heat. And so women will be here. is not anymore Gando. At the beginning, people were saying it is because it is a community. This place, Kudugu, is about 300 kilometers far from my village. But look at same picture. Getting people to touch the material, to put hand, to create the structure. And again, women on the construction site. They will use the wood to create facade, and the leftover will be used by myself and my team to create chairs and benches. No plastic. No plastic. And kids will be sitting and getting education, and so is the shape of the high school, made by laterite, creating a courtyard, a safe courtyard where the kids could stay and learn. Light classrooms where the kids will be happy to learn. Or for the BRT, for the university, you have a shape that protects against overheating, but then you have a courtyard where the kids can perform, can stay, protected against dust, and every other thing that can be negative. And so this is this campus. So honestly to you guys, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm looking back to that, I feel that I'm creating, or let me say I'm putting light in places where there was no opportunities. This is my work. And because I had a chance to do, and if Africa is not giving me a job, what I do to warm up, I go to the US. I see a lot of material. Here, a pavilion in Montana, very cold, and in a rich nation, one of the dominating nations. And your brother, me, Francis, went there to create a little pavilion using what is available and the technology and the money to create a structure that is capable to stay a harsh summer, but also the winter. It's not just mud. It is to show you that looking what is available, you could use it to shape people's dreams. Here, this pavilion serves as a concert for the visitors, but also a place to relax. And it's not just in the US. Very quickly showing you what I was able to do using also technology, knowledge and money in London. Just those projects allowed me to earn money and to go back to Gando and keep building. That's why I'm showing you them. So Serpentine Pavilion in Kensington Garden, it is the highly great place in London. Your brother was able to create this structure there because he is privileged. Because he's privileged like all of you here, I have the chance to attend education and then to use it because people gave me opportunities to do so. And my heart is with you guys, taking decision to shape, the future of our continent. I'm always, if I have time, I come back. Here an example, a clinic in Lewo, Burkina Faso, that I just built using clay bricks and human capacity that I have been training myself since I was a student. To create a clinic out of mud, which is so clean, and believe me, in this clinic, even group of people that normally will not go to the hospital, if you go there, you will see them queuing to go to visit a doctor. Maybe because of the building, maybe because of the quality of the building, maybe because we did it ourselves. I don't know. But however, in every of these projects, I'm integrating little ideas. Here, housing for a doctor that will come to visit. I try to mimic the way people give a size to their building and build little tiny houses. So people will come, and by the way, they will look at and potentially learn from it and go to improve their own housing. And inside, you have a little, very clean room where you even have a toilet. Brothers and sisters, friends from around the world, in a rural area, if you have a house and there is inside a toilet, it is a great luxury. And that's what I'm able to do in the rural area. And now I'm being called to even be involved in buildings that represent the pride of nations. Here, for example, the Parliament House of Benin, where I'm learning from nature, applying traditions in Africa, l'arbre à palabre, the palaver tree, where we sit together to talk. Learning from that, I'm creating a huge Parliament House which is now under construction. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first building that I built as a student, has been selected 2 years ago as Watu-Jnicc building, most relevant building in the world since the since the Second World War. One of 21. One of those buildings is the Sydney Opera that you know. My building cost that time less than $50,000 US, 22 years ago. And the Sydney Opera cost more than 150 million. It took me 6 months with my people to build the school in Gando. And the Sydney Opera took more than a decade. Africa is rich, ladies and gentlemen. So you may say, okay, I must be proud. Of course, I do. But what I want to tell you, it's the fact that my work has this big recognition is giving me the courage to talk to you. And to say, I fought to create my work. And you may consider it as a little drop of water in the desert, in the face of what our continent needs. I may agree with you, but I'm telling you, if you take decision which allow that kind of initiative, project to happen, you will create a lot of drops of water that even will be able to transform a desert in a rainforest. So I want to tell you, it depends on you to support that kind of initiative. If you do so, you will contribute to develop wealth in Africa, and so to contribute to develop the wealth in the world, because we depend on each other. Thank you very much. Yes, Africa can.
Distinguished delegates, a bigger round of applause. And just to add up a little bit on his profile, he is recognized globally for his pioneering approach to designs and sustainable modes of construction. His vocation to become an architect comes from a personal commitment to serve the community where he grew up, as we've seen on his presentation. And he believes in the transformative potential of beauty, looking onto what surrounds you, looking onto what you have. Just as when I look at everyone here, I see how bright the future of Africa is. So let's give ourselves a bigger round of applause. Thank you very much. So we're going now on to a session that is going to look onto the skills for the jobs of the future. Skills for the job of the future. And to moderate this plenary, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite to the stage, he's already on the stage, so please come to the stage, Mr. Sam Nganga, a bigger round of applause, karibu sana. And he will also introduce his panel, Karibu Sam. Thank you so much. So as the stage is putting up the additional chair, Sam will be introducing the panelists, but as I would also like to say a word about him, Sam is an upstream manager for manufacturing, agribusiness, and services at the International Finance Corporation, the private sector investment arm of the World Bank Group. Over to you, Sam. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, and I am aware that we are running a little bit behind time, so the private sector is renowned for being efficient, so we will try to be efficient. We have quite an impressive panel with us today, and I'll call them up, and hopefully they'll quickly come up to stage. First, we have two representatives from the governments of Egypt and the government of Algeria, who will give us a perspective from the policy side on how to get skills and reskilling for jobs of the future. So if I could invite the Honorable Reda Hegazi, Minister of Education and Technical Education from the government of Egypt. Please give him a hand. Okay, thank you. And then I'd like to invite the Minister Yassine Walid from the government of Algeria, where he's the Minister for Startups and Micro-Enterprises. Excellent. And then I'd like to invite Ms. Claude Bonner, who is the Managing Director and Chief Investment Officer for Seme City Development Agency in Benin. We have quite a good representation from across the continent. Welcome, Claude. And Mr. Peter Materu, who leads, is the Chief Program Officer for MasterCard Foundation, and I believe I see him coming up. Welcome, Peter. From Ethiopia, we have Ms. Samrawit Fikru, who is the CEO of Ride Ethiopia, a ride-hailing business in Ethiopia. Welcome, Samrawit. And from Kenya, Mr. J. Michoma, HR Director from Avenue Healthcare. And finally, and definitely not least, representing Tanzania is Mr. Benjamin Fernandez, who is the founder and CEO of Nala Money, one of the biggest fintech businesses, he told me, in Africa, so in Tanzania and in Africa. So we're going to try and run through this as efficiently as we can. And the purpose of this panel is to explore how do you translate all these issues we've been talking about, human capital development, into the people that actually do the work, right? So you have students who are in the education system and who will soon be making their way into the workplace. You have adults who are already in the workplace, and how do we respond to the changes that we're seeing as a result of new technologies, as a result of machine learning, as a result of artificial intelligence. As the architect who was just up here said, Africa is rich. Africa is rich in human capital, but we need to channel that human capital into actual results in the workplace and in jobs. So that is our task. We have a few minutes, so we'll try and run very quickly. I hope everybody has got a mic. And Minister Wasini, if I may start with you, actually, if that is okay. The question we would like you to address is, from where you sit, and I should have mentioned that you're both a representative of a government, but also in your individual capacity, you've been a founder in the tech space, so this is an area that is very familiar to you. But from where you sit, how do you see the private sector ensuring that we're developing the right skills for employability across Africa?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Let me start by giving you a small overview of the education system in Algeria and the training sector in general. In Algeria, we have more than 12 million people between the primary and the secondary schools, 1.5 million students in the universities, and we have 250,000 new graduates every year. In total, we have more than a third of the Algerian population which is currently in the school. So Algeria has been investing a lot in its education system since its independence. And just to give you an idea of the amount of investment that has been done, back in 1962, after the Algerian independence, there were only 500 students in the universities in Algeria. Today, there are more than 1,500,000 students, and in totally free educational system, which is today investing more in high-quality education, but also in the new technological trends. Very recently, we launched a artificial intelligence school, a nanotechnology school, and hopefully the Algerian universities will be providing for the labor sector in Algeria qualified, high-skilled engineers for the next challenges our economy will be facing. Algeria, since the last 3 years, has been also implementing public policies aimed at building a knowledge-based economy. We have some KPIs, some key performance indicators. I think the most important one is to raise the investment in research and development to reach 3% of the GDP by 2013. Currently, it's about 1%. We want also companies to invest more in hiring highly skilled personnel, researchers, engineers. We are doing great efforts in terms of tax incentives to encourage companies to hire highly skilled people to work more with the university. And speaking about the university, our university is now much and more connected to the economy by creating incubators inside the economy for startups, by also having a program of doctorate inside the business, inside the companies, and also by promoting the training in the entrepreneurship and programming. And there are maybe two things I wanted to point out, which in my opinion are very important to consider in a very in a quickly changing world, and regarding to the new technological trends we'll be facing in the few years with generative AI, unfortunately removing some jobs, but also creating new opportunities for people. One of them is to promote the teaching of programming languages in schools. You know, if we go back 2 centuries before, we will find out that the chemistry and physics have been introduced in the school books to better address the needs of the first industrial revolution. Today we are facing a new revolution, and we need to adapt our training programs or school books to adapt to this new reality. And this can be done, of course, by teaching programming languages. We starting doing this in Algeria, and the results are quite interesting, because we discovered that it not only gives a lot of opportunities to kids to learn things that are quite new for the schools, but it also improves in a very good way their ability to resolve complex problems by breaking them down into some small, more addressable problems. It's also helped them to have a critical thinking, and it improves their mathematical capabilities. So I think one of the next challenges we'll be facing is to adapt the education system to address in a better way the needs of the technology. The second thing I think which is also important to address is the entrepreneurial spirit inside the educational system. In Algeria, we have been something around 25 new company registration per 1,000 capita, which is the average also in Africa, and we need to increase the entrepreneurial spirit inside the universities and inside the population. And we started with the Higher Education Ministry in Algeria inside the universities to create what we call the entrepreneurial development centers to teach the entrepreneurial skills, management, marketing, design thinking to students. And the results are also quite interesting because we managed to almost double the entrepreneurial will inside the university. So to address, I think, the next challenges regarding to the economy, but also the technological development of Africa. I think those two topics are important to consider. The digital technological skills and also the entrepreneurial skills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that covers quite a lot of the opportunities. If I may go to you, Professor Agazi, and just I think you're going to speak in Arabic, so there will be translation. So if you have a headset, please, you might need to use it now. But Professor Agazi, on the policy side, on the government side, what are the steps that governments are and should be taking to help set up the right policy so that we can narrow the gaps between the employment requirements and the skills that we need to be developing?
شكرا سيدي. أولا أنا سعيد أن أنا موجود النهاردة. بشكر زملائي على المنصة، السادة الحضور، ودولة تنزانيا على حسن الضيافة اللي احنا وجدناها، والسيد السفير. لكن أنا عايز أقول لحضرتك وزارة التربية والتعليم في مصر، بما أن وزير التربية والتعليم، عندنا 25 مليون طالب في مصر. 25 million students in Egypt. و2 مليون معلم وإداري. 2 مليون معلم. فده بيدي مسؤولية كبيرة جدا على الوزير المسؤول. في 2018 السيد الرئيس أطلق استراتيجية بناء الإنسان المصري، وكان الأساس فيها أن الطلاب يتعلموا تعلم جيد حقيقي وليس الحصول على درجات، لأن في ضوء الثورات الصناعية والتحول الرقمي لم تعد الحصول على المعلومة فقط هو الأساس، ولكن لابد من أن أنت تمتلك مهارات التواصل واللايف لونج ليرنينج، التعلم مدى الحياة، ومهارات التفكير المختلف. فعشان كده كان لازم الدولة المصرية حريصة برضو عن، أكيد عندنا تحديات زي أي دولة موجودة في أفريقيا، عجز المعلمين وكثافات الفصول. فكان من هنا الدولة المصرية حريصة على ذلك، ففي تعيين 150 ألف معلم ولهم آلية لانتقائهم، لأن أنت محتاج معلم قادر على التعليم والتدريس في عصر التحول الرقمي مختلف خالص، مش دوره ملقن ولكن دوره أوركسترا لعملية التعلم. تاني حاجة بناء عدد من الفصول 118 و500 ألف فصل بتكلفة 39 مليار جنيه. ده واحد عشان نسد الكثافات اللي موجود. ولكن دعني أدخل على السؤال بشكل مباشر. بناء الإنسان المصري لابد، ورأس المال البشري معروفة في العالم كله أن الإنسان هو اللي بيصنع التغيير، وهو اللي بيصنع التقدم، وهو اللي بيصنع، وهو له دور في الاقتصاد كمان. فعلشان كده بدأت رحلة بناء الإنسان المصري. وهنا لازم أتكلم عن 3 حاجات سريعا: موضوع المناهج، وموضوع أسلوب تقييم الطلاب، وموضوع مدارس التكنولوجيا التطبيقية. وده واحد من الحاجات اللي بيؤهل مباشرة لسوق العمل، وسوف أختصر يعني. والاهتمام بالموهوبين والمتفوقين علميا، لأن هم اللي هيصنعوا الفارق، وما يعرف بمدارس ستيم سكول أو المتفوقين في العلوم والرياضيات والتكنولوجيا. أنا الحقيقة بهذا الصدد لابد أن أنا أتوجه بالشكر للبنك الدولي البنك الدولي بيشتغل مع مصر في مشروع كبير جدا، المشروع اللي هو إصلاح التعليم في مصر، وما عادش بقى مجرد ده بقى فيه ريسورسز ومنتج موجود على الأرض، بقى فيه مناهج موجودة.
Thank you.
لا أنا لسه.
Yeah.
2 minutes?
Yes.
أوكي. مناهج موجودة مصرية بخبرات دولية عالمية مبنية في 4 سيمز. السيم الأول من أنا، كيف يعمل العالم من حولي، إلى التواصل مع العالم، وتعلم لتعرف، تعلم لتعمل، تعلم لتكون، تعلم ده المنهج، لأن نواتج التعلم اختلفت، فلا بد ان احنا نصوغ نواتج تعلم مختلفة بتركز اكتر على بناء الشخصية وعلى التفكير. الجزء ده كان بيتم مع مركز تطوير المناهج وبناء قدرات المركز. الاوبن بوك اكزام والتركيز على نواتج التعلم العليا والفهم العميق والتطبيق العميق، وان يبقى عندك بنك اسئله تسحب منه الاسئله، تقدر تعمل صور اختباريه من عده لامتحان واحد. النقطة الأخيرة اللي هأكد عليها علشان أنا شايف الوقت، اللي هو الأبلايد تكنولوجي أو المدارس التكنولوجيا التطبيقية. ده واحد من المدارس اللي مع رجال الصناعة ورجال الأعمال بدأ يبقى لازم الطالب يتعلم في المصنع، والتعليم المزدوج لو كونه يروح للمصنع هيمتلك المهارة اللي موجودة. وعلشان كده الدولة المصرية حريصة على إشراك الرجال الأعمال والقطاع الخاص في مجال التعليم الفني والمدارس التكنولوجيا التطبيقية، اللي أنا ممكن في وقت تاني أتكلم عنها بالتفصيل، لأن هذا النموذج الحقيقة خرج طلبة مطلوبين في سوق العمل خارج مصر، وحتى كمان الشركات والمصانع اللي بتشترك معانا هي بتطلب بيشتغلوا ولادها. فالطالب هنا ضمن سوق العمل انه هيشتغل، ضمن انه ممكن يلتحق بالجامعات التكنولوجيه مباشره، فبقت الصوره الذهنيه للتعليم الفني اعلى كتير. ده بالنسبه للتعليم التكنولوجيا التطبيقيه. اما مدارس ستيم هو الطلاب الفائقين في العلوم في الصف الثالث الاعدادي بيتعمل لهم اختبار قدرات واختبار ذكاء واختبارات استعدادات، ثم يلتحقوا بمدارس بتعلمهم بقى الكابستون والمشروعات الكبرى، وازاي يضعوا حلول للتحديات الجراند تشالنجز او التحديات الكبرى اللي بتقابل الدوله المصريه. وعايز اقول لكم ان هؤلاء الولاد بيحققوا يعني بيحققوا انجاز عالي جدا سواء داخل مصر او خارج مصر، لان كتير من الدول العربيه والدول الاجنبيه بتطلبهم في منح. ده الحقيقه برضو اكاديميه للتدريب لازم يبقى